Studio in Venice, Florida, and I'm going to go ahead and take you guys through the coverage tonight. So, first and foremost, I want to give us, a quick setup as to what's going on here throughout the southeast today. We have a ton of weather to get through before the day ends. So real quick, I want to give you guys a quick look at the radar. You can see we do have tornado warnings that are active, including a confirmed tornado warning. This one is on the ground. While it is radar indicated, that radar is showing that there is debris down, and that is just north of Yazoo City in Mississippi, and this includes the counties of portions of Sunflower, LaFleur, Washington, Humphreys, and Sharkey counties, and that's all in Mississippi. We have another tornado warning down here just southwest or just west of Macomb, Mississippi, and this includes portions of Wilkinson and Amity counties, and then another one up here in northern Mississippi. This one includes portions of the Water Valley and Oxford areas. So obviously today, very dangerous. Why do I say that? So today, we have the high likelihood, the Storm Prediction Center has outlined a high risk for today. And that's what I want to start off with talking about this morning. This high risk, it's rare, but it's something that we're not all that not used to in the southeast. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up now. So yeah, that high risk is going to be for portions of Mississippi in the pink and Alabama. This is going to include cities like Jackson, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and Hattiesburg. This is a pretty serious situation. We only get one of these every couple of years here in the Southeast, and today is one of those days that you want to take those warnings seriously. Again, I'll be following along, and if you want to throw, something on the YouTube comments, YouTube chat, I'll be following along with that today as well, just to make sure that we answer any questions anybody here has as we go throughout the day. So today's big threat is going to be these severe thunderstorms that are going to be capable of producing all modes of severe weather, and that includes tornadoes, hail, and damaging winds. And again, that focus is going to be down here, right here in the pink, the tornado likelihood. So I like showing this specific map. I showed it on stream yesterday for those of you who joined in for mine and Mark's little discussion in the morning. This right here, this shows us the probability of a tornado within a high risk area, 30 to 44% probabilities for seeing a tornado within 25 miles of your given location within that area. And I want you to pay attention to this hatched area, these red or these black hatches here, and where my cursor's at. And that is going to be all of those significant tornadoes. We have the chance for EF4 and EF3 and EF4 tornadoes today. And as a matter of fact, I've seen some wording come out of the Storm Prediction Center that we haven't seen in a long time. Specifically, I want to point out this portion of the update where the SPC is saying that essentially a dangerous tornado outbreak featuring long-tracked, intense to potentially violent tornadoes. That's EF3 and EF4 plus. These are the high end. These are the big boys. These are going to be extremely dangerous storms as we go throughout the day. So right now, like I said, just looking at the radar, we have a few severe storms along this line. Here in Mississippi, we have three active tornado warnings, as well as 2 currently active tornado watches. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look here. It looks like they're going to go ahead and continue that tornado warning for portions of... Where is this? East Central Wilkinson and Northwestern Amity counties. That's going to be in Mississippi. So one of the things I want to talk about throughout the day, obviously, we're going to be watching this together as everything kind of unfolds here. We're going to be taking a look at how things unfold today, as well as, trying to get out the warnings to people that are in the path of these potentially dangerous storms. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Twitterverse this morning. I know I've been watching a lot of things kind of pop up here and there regarding today's events. And I know that the NWS offices in this part of the country, especially Jackson, Birmingham, and New Orleans, are really paying attention to today. They're going to be, really heavily monitoring this. They've staffed up for today, and they're going to make sure that they can get the warnings out to the general public as the afternoon progresses. Um, so it looks like Central Alabama, NWS Birmingham is going to start doing updates on the weather situations. They're going to do top of the hour updates. So every hour they're going to release something. And their biggest thing for Alabamians is that the entirety of the state of Alabama is under threat for a significant weather event today. Everybody, if you have family that's in this region of the country, they're not usually paying attention to, weather warnings and, what's going on. You want to make sure that, they're paying attention today. That's going to be the biggest thing today is making sure people are paying attention, folks are ready, and they're able to receive warnings as the day progresses. Because as you saw yesterday, I'm sure many of you were paying attention to the coverage, especially, on whether it's on Fox Weather or a local affiliate in this region of the country. We had some pretty violent tornadoes last night that went through portions of Missouri, Arkansas, um, in the overnight hours. And that nocturnal tornado threat still exists tonight. It's something that we're going to be paying attention to, especially as the day progresses and the sun sets this afternoon into tonight. So one of the things I kind of want to talk about so far, I'm going to go ahead and bring up my general Twitter feed. Yeah, hurricane coverage. Not yet. Um, okay, here's a picture of the tornado near Anguilla, Mississippi. Now, I don't have telestration on this computer, so you're going to have to follow my cursor, which is sometimes it'll get bigger if I shake the mouse. There it is. So this is the tornado. This is what everything's going to look like today. If you were just looking at this, you wouldn't be able to see what you're looking at. So this is a tornado currently in progress. This is as of literally 10 minutes ago. So this is northwest of Anguilla, Mississippi. Where is that? I believe it's going to be on this cell here, potentially. Don't know where this is at. Not this one. Maybe it's this one. I'm not sure which cell this is, but I believe it's this one here, and you can see, wow. So this is utilizing, which radar is this? This is Jackson, Mississippi. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up the radar sites. Can we get anything closer to this? No, it's going to be Jackson. Okay, so our radar is going to be down here somewhere in Jackson. So looking here, remember, greens are heading towards the radar, reds are heading away from the radar. And our tornado is going to be right there in the middle, where those two highest end colors meet. And what we can do to verify that is we can look for what's called a correlation coefficient drop. So this product basically looks at the whatever's in the atmosphere, whether it's rain or hail, and if it's returning the radar beam differently than rain or hail, what the radar would expect, it shows a corresponding drop. Now, this area, it's kind of far away from the radar site. I want to say, oh, it's going to be out there a ways. Yeah, I mean, this is probably 80 miles, 75 miles away from the radar site. So the beam's pretty high up in the atmosphere, but to have a velocity couplet like this so high up in the atmosphere, I mean, this shows you what we're going to be dealing with today. It's going to be a long day. These storms are going to be long tracked, meaning they're going to get down on the ground and stay down on the ground. They're not just going to, come down and lift back up. This is going to be a dangerous day. And there's, that's the best way to describe it. And not to scare anybody, but, we want people to understand this is what's going on. So let me go ahead and take a look here. I'm going to bring the radar full again, kind of delve down deep here. Set this in motion. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so they're going to go ahead and continue that tornado warning. That National Weather Service in Jackson is saying that one for Sunflower, LaFleur, Washington, Humphreys, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi is still a particularly dangerous situation. They're talking about a large, damaging tornado potentially on the ground. So that's something that you want to take seriously. If you know anybody in this area, this is again going to be north of Yazoo City, Mississippi, um, kind of east of Hollandale, Mississippi. Um, and that storm's going to be moving northeast I mean, these storms are going to be flying by today. Where's this at here? Moving northeast at 45. So, yeah, these storms are going to be moving quite fast throughout the day today. And I just want to point out, this isn't even in the highest risk for tornadoes. So, what I can do here is I can go ahead and take off the watches and warnings here, kind of declutter the radar a bit for us. So, if I take those off, and here, we'll leave our warnings up. I can go ahead and pull on the outlooks. So everything in this big pink circle here, everything here in that pink, that's your high risk. So this area all through here is going to have the greatest likelihood of a significant severe weather event today, as well as these areas in red. Now, this is a moderate risk, again, level 4 out of 5. This is a pretty large moderate risk area. So that extends from basically near Nashville, Tennessee, the whole way down into the eastern Atlanta suburbs, into the vast majority of the Florida Panhandle, includes almost all of Alabama outside of that high risk. It includes New Orleans, it includes Baton Rouge, and again going up to, you know, that's a large area. I mean, in our enhanced risk, which is a level 3 of 5, I'm going to go ahead and take the spotters locations off of here, just so that way they're not cluttering up the screen as much. I mean, the severe weather threat, even the marginal risk, it reaches all the way into the thumb of Michigan and cities like Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Erie. I mean, it's a very large risk of severe weather today, and we're going to be dealing with this for several hours as the day progresses. So I'm going to go ahead and reset us here. So we're at about the top of the hour. It is noon Eastern time, about 11 o'clock Central. My name is CJ Morgan. Thank you for joining us today. This is HurricaneTrack's live coverage and commentary for today's severe weather outbreak that is expected across the southeastern United States. We're really focused in on Mississippi and Alabama. The threat today for long-tracked violent tornadoes is very real, and we want to make sure that everybody, all of you, are listening, watching, and prepared for what could happen today. If you have questions, concerns, comments, please feel free to drop it down in the link below into the chat. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, so that way you're notified whenever we go on air for coverage like this, especially as we go into severe weather season. I'm going to kind of reset this here for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and take me away. And I want to kind of focus in on, let's kind of look at what I would look at, you know, as somebody who's a little bit more invested in meteorology. So as you can see here, our temperatures out to and behind the line are 61, 63. You know, you have dew points in around 31 degrees here in northern Arkansas. So that's going to be, that's your, you know, your forcing mechanism, and that's going to keep moving off to the east. One of the things that people were noting today is how much clearing there was, especially over southern Alabama and eastern Georgia. What this is going to do is this is going to allow the atmosphere to destabilize, and it's going to allow it to continue those Cape values that we talked about yesterday in the update. That instability and the wind shear today is just kind of off the charts. I want to show that as well. But it's really going to allow the sun to cook the atmosphere down here and really start to get that instability up. The storm relative helicity, so what we look at when we talk about storm relative helicity values, these are essentially how much spin is in the atmosphere, how much spin those tornadoes or those severe thunderstorms are going to be ingesting, right? So the higher the values, the more likely our storms are going to spin. You don't want too much shear if you're forecasting for tornadoes because that can tear the storms apart. But I want you to look in, so everything in the deep blue here, we consider values, so this is meters squared per second squared. We consider a value for storm relative helicity about 300 meters squared per second squared to be high. So that's more than sufficient. And anything over really approximately 200, 250 is sufficient for severe weather. You need 300 or higher for tornadoes. And I want to point out, especially over these portions of northern Alabama, where you have some areas like up near Huntsville that are almost 650 meters squared per second squared. I mean, that is just ridiculous amount of storm relative helicity. And another thing we can look at is the bulk shear. Surface to 3 kilometers. We consider anything over 40 to be really conducive for severe weather, and you have values here in excess of 40, 40, 45, 50. I mean, we definitely have the spin in the atmosphere in place today, and that's something that we've been noting, that the National Weather Service has been noting as the day goes on. So one of the other things I want to point out, and this is something I saw yesterday, let me see if I can find it, from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. And I want to put a real quick shout out to the folks at the NWS offices here in the Southeast. They do a phenomenal job with messaging. And again, you can find that information. It's on Twitter. It's everywhere. So I want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. So check out your local National Weather Service office. Make sure that you're following along with their briefings. I'm actually going to bring up their webpage. I probably have it here. Yeah. So as you can see here, the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they've kind of highlighted today what the biggest threat areas are going to be. This was for the overnight storms. My apologies. This is for today. So this is the big thing, violent long track tornadoes. You're talking about a high risk. That's a level 5 out of 5. And the timing they've given anywhere from about now through essentially 11 o'clock p.m. We're going to be on the air for a long time today. We're going to be streaming for a while. That's something that we really want to make sure that we're getting the warning out and we're covering this, because today has the possibility to be a pretty historic day as these days go along. Another one that you can check out that does a phenomenal job is Jackson, Mississippi. They do a great job with their messaging and their, the way that these folks know their local areas. And remember, the National Weather Service, when you get a warning on your phone, those meteorologists, they live in your area. They live in the city where, they have to live there because there's a local forecasting office. So these are members of the community too, and sometimes they get wrapped up in it themselves. So, definitely want to keep an eye on these and make sure that that people are aware of the threat today. So I'm going to go ahead and go back. Let's go ahead and take the radar back full here. I'm going to go ahead and, we have another tornado warning. So I'm going to go ahead and check out the warnings that are going on now. I'm going to go ahead and put the watch box back up and take away the categoricals here. All right. I'll pull up the mesoscale discussions as well. So we do have a new tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that just went up. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for us. Sorry for all the moving around. Don't mean to make anybody motion sick. All right. So where is that watch at? Okay, so this is going to be for portions of eastern Louisiana in Mississippi. They're stating that, and this is going to go until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. Numerous tornadoes and several intense tornadoes are expected. So on your screen here, I'm going to go ahead and clear the telestration. And I should probably move this over into the middle so you guys can see where it's not being obscured by my ugly mug. So this box here, this is your particularly dangerous situation watch. And this is going to be going until 6 o'clock. So let's do a quick reset. Let's talk about these tornado warnings that are currently in progress. Right now we have a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Lincoln County and south central Mississippi, southeastern Jefferson County and southwestern Mississippi, and Franklin County and southwestern Mississippi. And that's going to run until noon Central Time today. And that's, again, that storm is moving. It's about 8 miles south of Meadville, Mississippi, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. We still have a tornado warning, and this is still a radar indicated tornado on this cell up here near Yazoo City. So I want to point that out as well. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the different things there, and then I'm going to take away myself. So we still have that pretty strong area of rotation just near the little town of Isola, Mississippi. I probably butchered that. And just to the west of Belzoni. This is moving northeast. It's moving pretty quickly at about 40 miles an hour. I'm not seeing anything right off the bat that's indicating to me that that might still be down, but the National Weather Service is stating that there was a large and extremely dangerous tornado, and this is as of 10 minutes ago, was currently located over Murphy, moving northeast at 45. So you want to take cover now if you are in portions of, again, that is for, let's see, counties here. That is for southeastern Sunflower, southwestern LaFleur, east central Washington, Humphreys, and northeastern Sharkey counties in Mississippi. And I believe we have one more, yep, that's still up here in northern Mississippi. So I'm going to go ahead and take the radar out of, let's do Tupelo, or Columbus Air Force Base. I really can't see what they're looking at here, but okay, so that actually was canceled. So that tornado warning up here in northern Mississippi was canceled. So my apologies. So again, I'm going to go ahead and take the Jackson radar again. So we continue to monitor these storms as they move across Mississippi. And what we're really going to be looking for today, we're going to be looking for these cells that are able to sustain themselves out ahead of the line. So anything that can kind of form in this general vicinity here that's kind of off on its own, that's what we're going to be looking for. So you have this cell near Kosciuszko, Mississippi. These cells here, like these near Philadelphia, near Meridian, we're going to watch these as the day progresses to see, does this form kind of a broken line, or does it continue to be a more isolated storm mode. So also looking here into southeastern Louisiana, you have some storms that are going on right now around the Baton Rouge area, just west of New Orleans, right along the I-10, I-12 corridor there in southeastern Louisiana. And those are going to continue pushing off to the east as the day goes on. So again, we're just going to be continuing to monitor the situation. We have a couple of obviously bigger storms that are on the with a tornado on the ground right now in northern Mississippi. Let's see if I can find anything here. Obviously, a lot of posts now going on because of all of the different stuff. And we're going to replace this one with Mississippi. That way we have it. Again, I want these to be recent, so that way we're not confusing anything that's been. And I just want to say, when people are out there, just the regular people like this, where we can see these conditions like this right here, Central Alabama Weather Authority, they just tweeted about, these open sun peeking through the sky. I mean, this is not, something we obviously want to see today, because that means we can have um, more of a, more instability, more problems, obviously. So one of the things that we're going to be keeping a lookout for today, again, I just want to touch on that, is going to be these long tracked violent tornadoes that could, happen from any of these, um, all of that. So that's what we're going to be looking for today. Again, if you have any questions, concerns, comments, you can go ahead and drop that down in the chat at the on YouTube. I'll be monitoring that for our folks out on the for our folks that are out on the Discord. I will be monitoring that today as well. So that's going to be something that we're going to be looking at throughout the day. Again, there's not too much going on right now. As I said before, we have this one specific cell up just north of Yazoo City that does still have a rotating wall cloud on it. It's still producing rotation. And that one's going to be one of the ones that we're going to need to keep an eye on. I will say the good news is the rotation here is kind of broadened out within the last few minutes since I last checked in on it. But that, again, doesn't mean it's kind of out there. It's on the periphery of where I would say this radar is even useful for looking at this storm. Got it on Columbus Air Force Base. There's not much there to see. Maybe something from Little Rock. It's really hard. This is kind of a radar dead zone, so it's kind of hard to make these things out as the day goes on. But that's what this flashing box means, that there's a confirmed tornado. So that means that we have a tornado that is on the ground. So we want to take that seriously. Let's go ahead and check the weather IMs. Actually, I'm going to do this. It's there. The YouTube tab over here. So that way I can keep an eye on it. Yeah, KP, I'm sorry. I was kind of mathing over your heads today, so that's my bad. I'll try to keep the weather weenie stuff down to a minimum. I promise. But yeah, so throughout the day today, these are the things that we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking for these individual cells. Right now, I mean, we can kind of throw it's like a hurricane, right? When it's coming at you, when it's on its way to you, you kind of, when it's approaching the coast, you kind of just throw the models out the window and nowcast. And that's what we're kind of doing today. We're going to watch and see what happens. We're going to make sure that these folks that are going to be in harm's way today have that ability to receive warning. One of the things I'm really interested to see, so these are called convection bands. These little kind of streaks you see out here. And what those are areas of horizontal rotation that are feeding up into the low pressure system, which is like somewhere up in here. The low level system, it's going to be somewhere up in this vicinity. And what those can do is those can serve as a essentially a point to kick off thunderstorm development. So that's kind of what we're going to be focused on here shortly. I do want to say this storm here is starting to look like it's still rotating. Yeah, right in there. So this is just going to be to the southwest of Brookhaven. It's moving to the northeast. So if you're on I-55 between Hazelhurst and Brookhaven, Macomb, basically Hazelhurst and Macomb, Mississippi, that's where this storm's going to be tracking through as it kind of heads up towards Jackson. It looks like it'll probably, if it stays on this present path, my guess is that it's going to move like just around the Jackson metropolitan area, and that'll be in about an hour and a half, maybe two tops. So today we're going to be seeing a lot of these. We're going to see these mini supercells is what they're called. They're like these little kidney beans on radar, and what they do is they can put down a pretty violent tornado. This some folks have said, this reminds them of May 20th of 2011, or not May 20th, 2011, April 27th, 2011, with the super outbreak. The kind of kinematics that we're dealing with are pretty similar. Um, and I think we're going to have some issues, especially as the day goes along. It's going to be more of a problem this afternoon. Right now, we're just kind of waiting on convection to fire up and begin organizing. Right now, we're in kind of a messy storm mode, and that's what I've been seeing from the Storm Prediction Center is definitely a possibility throughout the day. That's something that we're going to be looking out for and watching out for. So let me take a minute here to kind of get my bearings. I believe we should be getting, if we haven't yet, we should get a new update from the Storm Prediction Center soon. Excuse me. Yeah, we should be getting an update here from the Storm Prediction Center on the day one outlook very soon. So once that comes up, I will make sure that we go over that, in real time on stream. But that's something that we're going to be looking for throughout the day. One of the other things I want to do is go ahead and move this over a little bit. That way I'm not in the way of everything that I'm trying to show you guys. That might be a little bit better, huh? Okay, so let's go ahead and take the radar full again while we wait for that to come out. And again, we're just waiting on that new SPC outlook for today to kind of come up so that way we can review that and see what they're thinking in terms of the forecasting moving forward. So we're going to go ahead and check the radar again. Again, we still have this tornado warning for this cell just north of Silver City, Mississippi. And this is going to be still moving off to the north and east. I mean, this one's been hanging on there for a while. This is an embedded supercell. And again, unfortunately, because of where the radar is, it's not really that great when it comes to, these specific. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and take the flash flood, extreme wind, and severe thunderstorm warnings off here, just because it's going to get to be too messy with all of these storms today. And we're going to be mainly focused on the tornado warnings. Not that severe thunderstorm warnings aren't important, but for the map here, I don't want to be looking at those when there's 1.5 million of them all day. So again, it's this cell here that we've been watching for a while, and it looks like they went ahead and... I'm so sorry, that was really... What's that? That's what that was. Oh my god. So for those of you that couldn't hear that, and the reason why I jumped, there was a... So I have this chat discussion up there. It's, right here. And while I'm watching these roll in, it had this EAS alert, the big, that comes over TV. That just blasted in my ear. That was not pleasant, and I was not expecting it. I've never heard this do that before. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about this new mesoscale discussion that just went up here for the Birmingham area. This is just to the east of our current tornado watch. And let's kind of go over what this has been talking about today. So the SPC here is kind of looking at, again, as we said before, we're looking at... Come back up. There it goes. So it looks like they're going to go ahead and issue another particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, a PDS watch, and that's going to because of this the the parameters that we're looking at are going to be having some it's going to be dangerous in that part of the country today with the way that everything's kind of set up. So that's something we're going to be looking at. I actually want to see. Is this the one? Yeah, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so I want to point out really quickly this area here. So a new mesoscale, that's what these blue circular things are on here. That's just what the SPC puts out when they're discussing something that's, not really, it's kind of a forecast discussion. It's more just the forecasters commenting on a certain situation. So sometimes this is how we know they're outlining a new watch area when they talk about, what's going on, if they're going to issue a new watch, if they need to continue the watch that they have up now. This one is interesting because let me see here. Let's see the text, if it would let me. Nope. Okay, so this says the summary, and I'm going to try to bring it up on screen too as well. Let's get that up here. So this is mesoscale discussion 0201. So we want this one. That's going to be this blue circle here again. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. So I'm going to go ahead and read it, and we'll go through it. The summary says strong to intense tornadoes are likely through mid-afternoon across northern Mississippi. In the discussion, again, this is a forecaster that's talking about what's going on out there and why their thoughts are why this is drawing to that conclusion. This says several mature embedded supercells are starting to emerge out of the larger area of precipitation across northwestern Mississippi. That's going to be this mass of stuff all through in here. With additional development possible from showers evident on radar across northeast Mississippi. So that's going to be all this stuff going on out towards Amory and Columbus, Mississippi and Macon, Mississippi. One of these supercells in Humphreys County, that's going to be this one right here, has had a persistent, very strong mid-level mesocyclone. So it's been spinning, rotating pretty violently. And the top of the storm is over 50,000 feet in the air. That's very high, especially for the southeast. In addition, structural damage has been reported from that storm, including indicating that this had a tornado on the ground. Any other mature supercells that are like that, that are expected to persist, they could persist east across Mississippi through early to mid-afternoon. Shear values are very high, and they're increasing. So the instability is not as great across northern Mississippi, where the cloud cover has muted the daytime heating somewhat, but there is still ample instability. In that combination they've allowed, for the conditions to rapidly become favorable for stronger tornadoes. So they're talking about the 15Z run of one of the weather forecast models indicates several moderate low-level rotation tracks across the northern part of the state over the next several hours, which supports those expectations based on the aforementioned observational data. So, in plain English, the conditions are ripening within this blue circle here for strong tornadoes. So if you live anywhere from Boonville to Tupelo to Amory, Bruce, Grenada, Greenwood, Yazoo City, Kosciuszko, Vaden, Eupora, if you have family in Starkville, Louisville, any of these areas here really in northeastern Mississippi, from northern Mississippi, you want to make sure that they're aware of this, because that's not good. We want to make sure that people are aware of the tornado threat today, especially as the day kind of goes along and continues progressing as things kind of materialize. The storm mode right now isn't so much isolated supercells as it is pretty messy convection, but you can see here, like, you have this little cell right here to the southwest of Jackson that's going to be moving off to the north and east. It's go ahead and pull that up on velocity. I don't see much there. It's gonna be what? Just south and west of Utica. It's hard to see, but doesn't appear to be rotating as of yet, but I think we're going to start seeing some rotation here. That's got that look. When they start to curl up like that and start to form those hook echoes, you know they mean business. So one of the things we're going to look at, especially since they called it out so clearly with that mesoscale discussion, we're going to need to start paying attention to these showers and thunderstorms that are out right now in eastern Mississippi for potential development. I'm going to go ahead and turn these mesoscale discussions off. They just become very distracting. Let's go ahead. So again, we're still kind of waiting for that SPC updated day 1 outlook to come out. That should be coming out here soon. Like within the next 3 to 5 minutes. So once that comes out, I'll go ahead and take a look at that, and we'll regroup. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes, take a break. We'll be back. I'll be back here shortly, like within the next 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and regroup, take a look at some stuff, and then I'll come back with some more information for you. All right, good afternoon. It is, well, or good morning. It is about quarter to 1 p.m. on the East Coast. That means that it is around 11:44 p.m. Central Time. This is CJ Morgan with Hurricane Track's live coverage and commentary of today's high-end severe weather risk in the southeastern United States. So before the break, I went ahead and pulled up the new categorical outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, and I wanted to go over that with everybody just to kind of reset everything, and kind of show everybody what's been going on today. We have a outbreak of severe weather that is forecasted to start taking place this afternoon here in the southeastern United States. We're going to have first and foremost we had a round of severe weather this morning and last night that took place in the that took place overnight, with some damaging and some pretty violent tornadoes in Missouri and Arkansas. And today, our big um, bullseye, so to speak, is going to be an area roughly running from. Sorry, I'm going to pull that up on screen for you. It's going to be this pink area here running from Jackson up to Birmingham, just shy of Montgomery and Huntsville in Mississippi and Alabama. So, what I want to do this morning is I kind of want to go over the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. So, this is the Storm Prediction Outlook. They did mention that a tornado outbreak is expected across the central Gulf Coast states and deep south into the Tennessee Valley. I want to point this out. Numerous significant tornadoes, some of which should be long track and potentially violent. Notice they're not saying could, they said they should be. So the Storm Prediction Center is fully expecting a pretty nasty tornado outbreak today. And that's going to go across, that'll begin across eastern Louisiana and Mississippi. That'll go through this afternoon, spreading across Alabama this afternoon into the evening, and will reach western parts of the Florida Panhandle and Georgia into tonight. So, no changes have been made to the high risk area. So, the actual physical geographical region that is under the gun for the high risk today hasn't changed. They are looking at an area that could maintain ongoing supercells and small line segments. Current expectations that the most favorable to strong to intense tornado environment is going to continue across Mississippi this afternoon and evening with moderate instability. That the way that the amount of juice that's in the atmosphere, as well as ample low level and deep layer shear, meaning the twisting of wind with height. The tornado threat will spread eastward into Alabama and southern Tennessee this afternoon and evening, and eventually into parts of the Florida Panhandle, west central Georgia, and eastern Tennessee overnight. Large hail and severe damaging winds will also be a threat. Upscale growth will be possible tonight, especially northward. That just means it's going to, eventually congeal into a line, um, where they could have, especially Tennessee Valley and eastward into Georgia, so the Atlanta metro, they could have some serious issues with damaging winds. So that's something to definitely look at. Again, this general area here outlined in pink, that is your high risk. The moderate risk is in red. The enhanced risk is in orange, and then the slight risk is uh, in yellow here, and then you have a marginal risk that is a level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of 5 respectively. That level 1 risk actually goes the whole way up into the thumb of Michigan, includes cities as far flung from the Gulf Coast as Detroit, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Toledo, Ohio. So that's something we're going to want to keep an eye on through the day today. So first and foremost, I want to take a look at, we do have some ongoing tornado warnings this afternoon in Mississippi. So I want to take a look at this. So this is using the Jackson radar site. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the outlooks. We have this cell here that's been pretty much warned for the last 45 minutes to an hour. Tornado warned, that is. And that's been going on in northwestern Mississippi. It's right over about the town of Greenwood today. Greenwood right now. And it's moving northeast. So again, all of these cells, these tornadic cells, are going to be moving today southwest to northeast along with the flow. So you have, and then you have this other cell down here in South Mississippi that's basically right around the Macomb area. I'm not seeing too much intense rotation, at least not right now. Let's turn on the storm relative velocity. I mean, there is a decent sized couplet in there, but there's a lot of noise that's kind of messing with it right now. So we're going to keep our eyes on that though. This cell down here, as you get down into southeastern Louisiana, I'm kind of interested to see. This is close to our radar sites in New Orleans, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look at that. Yeah, this has a semi-decent. This is right over about Greensburg, Louisiana. So it's this cell here that I'm kind of looking at. You do have some rotation in there, but it's not as impressive on radar as you get down towards the ground. So each of these little curved cells like this, we're going to be watching to see, do these end up firing up and putting down a long track tornado. You can see up here in the corner of your screen, these little tornado icons. These are trained weather spotters that have reported a tornado. So this comes from a trained weather spotter. This was at 11:40, so this is about an hour ago. Utility poles and trees snapped along US 61 just south of Nitayuma, Mississippi. And then, so this is just to the north of Rolling Fork. And then you had a tornado reported by emergency manager with multiple houses damaged in Sharkey County and power lines down near the town of Grace. So one of the things I want to take a look at as well, I want to bring up power outages is a big thing today. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up poweroutage.us, and we'll take a look at the power outage map. That's been a big issue throughout the day, especially in states like Missouri, where they have over 120,000 folks that are still without power, primarily in the St. Louis area, as well as into South Central, excuse me, Missouri. One of the things that I was doing on the break is I wanted to bring in something really cool. So there, we have an Earth Cam that is looking live right now. We have two that I was able to bring up. This one that I'm going to bring on screen now, this is Montgomery, Alabama. So Montgomery, again, you're not supposed to see anything until later on tonight, and that's going to be more towards the evening hours of this evening, but you guys have clear skies. One of the things I want everybody to look and notice is that the skies are pretty clear. You just have those partly cloudy, those little bubbling cumulus clouds. I believe this camera is looking to the west. I'm not entirely sure which way it's looking, but that's thanks to the folks at WFSA, one of the local news stations there. And then another one that I was able to bring up, see if I can get it to come up on here. This one I didn't have a chance to put myself on there, but I want to add the stuff in here. This one here is Huntsville, Alabama. So that's looking towards one of the mountains there in Huntsville. I'm not sure which way it's looking, but as you can see, northern Alabama, you still have quite a bit of cloud cover this morning. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. I also happen to find, where is this at here? I want that. Let me go ahead and bring this up. This is Philadelphia, Mississippi, which many folks may recognize from the super outbreak of 2011. There was a pretty nasty tornado that was filmed by Reed Timmer in Philadelphia, Mississippi, for the Storm Chasers on Discovery when they were doing the Storm Chasers TV show. So this is a live camera out of Philadelphia, Mississippi. And as you can see, we have some broken, still a lot of cloud cover as things kind of go in through here. So we're just waiting to see how this all kind of transpires today. Again, what you're looking at is a live view from Philadelphia, Mississippi, and you can see the clouds moving kind of off behind us. So this tells me that we're probably looking more of a southerly direction because winds at the surface should be out of the south. Beautiful blooming magnolia trees there behind those bleachers in the background. But this is something that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the day today. I'm going to keep checking these cams as we kind of move in. Now, I do hear in my ear some pinging, so I want to go ahead and also bring that up. I want to check in on these updated. So we do have an updated mesoscale discussion. So there's a line of supercells, and that's what we were talking about. So those confluence bands we talked about earlier, that's going to be an interesting. It's going to be interesting today to see how that kind of progresses. To see if that's going to be influencing the way that these storms are developing. But it does look like there are two consolidating supercells in St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana and Lincoln County in Mississippi. They have tops, so the height of the top of the cloud is over 50,000 feet in the atmosphere, and that's pretty big. Um, this Cape's going to be over 2,200 joules per kilogram. I mean, the environment, the volatile kinematic environment, um, these are going to have that potential. So they're talking about, to bring it up on radar, they're talking about these cells that are down here in southeast southern Mississippi, just north of Lake Pontchartrain, I believe is what they're talking about, is right in here. I like that. Um, and that's something that we're going to really keep an eye on, because does this, put something down, and does it take advantage of the atmosphere? Because these are going into the greatest, environment up through here, up towards Hattiesburg and, Columbia, Mississippi and Laurel, Mississippi. This atmosphere hasn't been touched yet this morning by precipitation, and it actually had clear cloud clearings this morning. So we're going to be watching these confluence bands for further development. So as the day progresses. Let me go ahead and see. So there is a new tornado warning that's up. That's this one here north of Jackson, just north of Yazoo City. This tornado warning is for portions of northwestern Holmes, southern Carroll, north central Yazoo, and southeastern Humphreys County. In that is going to go until 12:45 Central Time. This is for places like Chula and Lexington and Eden. Silver City, it doesn't include that, but it is, this you know decently decent hook radar couplet in here is moving slow, pretty fast and furious up to the northeast. Again, almost all of these are going to be moving northeast. So again, if any of you guys have questions, comments, concerns, throw it down in the YouTube chat. I'm going to be monitoring that throughout the day. And Mark's going to be jumping in and out as the day progresses as well. Just as we kind of monitor the situation and how things are going to transpire. Yeah, this is something, thank you, Karen. I did um, just get your message. So one of the things she suggested was that we go over the timing again. And I believe it was NWS in Birmingham had a really good example of that for you folks that are in Alabama. So the threat timing is going to be greatest today in eastern Alabama, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. So we were definitely within that window. So Mississippi into portions of Alabama, this is the time where you need to be paying attention, especially in western Alabama. Central Alabama, so that's going to be Birmingham, Selma, Clanton, down the line, down the I-85 corridor, essentially, or I-65 corridor, sorry, down to Montgomery, etc. That's going to be 2 to 11, and then moving further off to the east, Anniston, Alabama, Alex City, Alabama, almost towards Talladega. That's going to be 4 to 1, and then 6 to 3 in the tonight into tomorrow is going to be for far southeastern Alabama. It's going to be an overnight event, and we could have nocturnal tornadoes again tonight. So you want to be paying attention to that. You want to pay attention to these warnings, these watches, and make sure you have a way to receive weather warnings. What I would highly suggest for any of y'all that are paying attention today, go into your phones and make sure that your weather alerts are on. I can actually show you guys how to do that on screen, and I'm going to do that. If you have an iPhone, at least, I can show you how to do that. I can't show you how to do it on an Android. I'm sorry, but we're going to do that real quick. We're going to go ahead and make sure my... Oh, I can't. Never mind. Sorry about that, guys. I thought I was going to be able to, but nope, it's not letting me. But you want to make sure, so I'm going to go ahead and take myself in here. If you don't have your weather alerts on your phone, which, by the way, if you're tired of the Amber alerts, you can shut those off independently on an iPhone. You want to go into settings and just search emergency. And if it doesn't come up, you can also do alerts, or I think it's weather alerts. But if you go into the, I think it's settings, general, it's in here somewhere. I gotta remember. Oh well. I'll have to double check that when I take a break later. But one of the things that we're going to be really paying attention to today is making sure that people are getting their warnings and that they are paying attention. Real quick, a tornado warning was issued for portions of, let's see here. So this is northwestern Carroll, Grenada County, LaFleur, northwestern Montgomery, and this is all in Mississippi. And that's going to be until 12:45 Central Time today. And it looks like that tornado watch for, excuse me, southeast Arkansas, northeast Louisiana, and very extreme northwest Mississippi, that's Bolivar, Sunflower, and Washington counties, is now over. Because the thick of the action. The good news is for folks of you that are in like Clarksdale, Mississippi, Helena, Clarksdale, Shelby, Cleveland, you're kind of out of the woods at this point. It's once this big line here gets past you, the biggest portion of the state of Mississippi is going to be down in this area here. So that's going to be all through here. That's going to be under the gun today for some really potent severe weather. And that's what we're going to be paying attention to. Again, you have this cell that's just south of Jackson. And this is the one I'm going to be watching. This is kind of out by itself. Doesn't have much going on. All of these storms around it are going to congeal with it. And it's going to continue moving off to the north and the east-ish. But it's got that look. So we're going to continue watching this, continue seeing what this storm does as it organizes. Again, these are all organizing supercells here down into southeastern Louisiana. So let's go ahead and take a second to reset. So this cell we were watching earlier that's near Greensburg, Mississippi, or Greensburg, Louisiana, moving up into like Tangipahoa Parish, Louisiana, up towards, I don't even know how to say that, Osika and Magnolia, Mississippi. You guys want to be paying attention to that and keeping an eye out for what could be potentially coming your way. I'm going to go ahead and check the chat and the Discord server. Oh, nothing yet. All right. Let's go ahead and take a second here to reset. Oh, look at this. See this right here? See how this kind of hooks in like that? That's a developing supercell near Macomb, Mississippi. So Magnolia and Macomb, you know, there's not a warning out on these yet, but I want to stress the fact that today is one of those dangerous days where if they're saying there's a possibility for a tornado, there most likely is going to be one. I hate to say that. I hate to look at things that way, but this really is basically one of those days where these storms, I mean, look, this cell here has been kind of out by itself down here near Brookhaven and Wesson, just south of Jackson. And we've been tracking that for the last hour that I've been on the air. So we want to make sure that we're paying attention today, that we're really going to take these warnings seriously. If you have friends, if you have family in this part of the country, you want to make sure that you know they're aware. You don't have to scare people. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to basically say, hey, look, there's storms coming your way. They could be problems. So we want to make sure that you have the information you need moving forward. Again, if you're watching us on live on the stream, go ahead, throw a comment down there. A great question from Scott. Cloud cover in eastern Alabama seems to have largely cleared according to the visible satellite. Does that additional heating cause greater concern for later in the afternoon? Absolutely, it can. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up, again, sorry for the constant flickering. Where did that go? Great question. Let's go ahead and bring up the mesoscale analysis from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's bring up the visible satellite. So as you guys can see, there's this big hole where there hasn't been any cloud cover at all today. And that's something that we really want to pay attention to because that heats the ground, that causes more instability, and what that's going to allow for is for these storms to really get going, and it juices up the atmosphere for later in the day as these storms begin to mature. So that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Whether it's going to influence it to the point where it, causes us more problems later is going to remain to be seen. But I do want to mention how broken and kind of scattered these clouds are over southern Mississippi and southwestern Alabama. I mean, these clouds are not very big. They're not real bubbly, as it were. So, we're gonna kind of watch this to continue to see how this progresses. Um, but as you can see, there really wasn't a lot of cloud cover up there this morning. But one thing I am watching is whether or not these storms here. I'll go ahead and bring up radar scope. Because radar scope now has this beautiful ability to watch satellite imagery, which is absolutely amazing. So again, this is the area we're concerned with. We're going to watch this cloud cover kind of begin to materialize. I'm going to go ahead and take away the watches and warnings for a minute. And we're going to watch this go through in time. So I want to make a note here, a couple of things. You can see right here, see these convective bands, these little straight plumes that are all the clouds are moving this way. Then you can see the clouds here moving this way, and some of them are even going this way. That's wind shear. So we can see the rotation in real time. So what these storms are going to do, like these big clouds down in here that they were talking about in southern Mississippi, what that does is it allows the vorticity from these little, convective bands. It essentially takes that rolling motion and sucks it upwards into the vertical. So that's what causes these tornadoes. So obviously, the more time that the ground has to be heated by the sun, the more energy you're going to have, the stronger the storms are going to be. It's definitely a concern that I have looking into this afternoon, especially as we get to the heating of the day, especially for these areas here like Monroeville, Mobile, Pensacola, Crestview. I mean, you're basically without clouds in Montgomery, and we can go ahead and, we can verify that just by looking at cameras like these. It's going to be a very, very much of a wait and see to see how things go, but you can see that these clouds on your screen there are already starting to bubble up. You're getting that heating, that convection. So that is kind of concerning, especially since those areas are going to have issues. That's going to be mainly an afternoon into evening, potentially after dark threat. And that's something that we obviously don't want to see these things come through after dark. So let's go ahead and take a second to reset here. Let me go ahead and bring up mesoscale. And I'm going to check the radar one more time. Jackson. And wow, look at these. Go ahead and pull up the warnings and watches again. I'm gonna go ahead and let that roll there. You can see really how this moisture is just streaming right up into the low as it continues to organize. And again, we're going to continue keeping an eye on these cells down here in southern Mississippi and southeastern Louisiana. Those I think have the biggest likelihood for causing some issues here in the next couple of hours, especially as these storms begin to get better organized. I'm going to go ahead and let's check the Twitter, see what's going on around storm chasing land and see what people are seeing. That's one thing I love about social media is that we're really able to get a look at what's going on out there. And wow. So I don't know where this is, but this is damage from Bakersfield. This is in Missouri. So this is from last night. So these were the tornadoes that we had last night, and I'm going to be very honest with you. These kind of overperformed my own expectations. I did not personally expect those storms last night to be so violent, and they were pretty violent. And that's usually a sign that, the atmosphere is obviously very, um, you know, very energetic. And that's something that we're going to continue to watch to see, does that continue to happen as the day progresses here, um, throughout Mississippi and Alabama. Sorry, I also want to have this radar going so that way we can. Technology has a mind of its own. All right, let's go ahead and set that radar in motion. Go ahead and let that continue. So yeah, this is some of the damage from last night in um, Missouri, and this is some pretty significant damage. I can't tell what kind of house was here. It doesn't look like it was pretty well constructed. I don't see anchor bolts. Doesn't mean it didn't exist. So that's something we're going to continue to watch. And yeah, this is Campbell Station, Arkansas. Again, these storms from last night were pretty, violent. They were robust, they were violent, and they happen at night. So again, that's a big thing tonight. You want to make sure that you have a way to receive warnings. That's something that we're going to continue to make sure that people do um, as the day goes on, because quite frankly, it can save your life. So make sure you have your phone. Make sure you have a weather radio or something that is able to warn you tonight if you need to take shelter from, say, a tornado or, something. It looks like our cell in Louisiana has went tornado warned, while those, we're going to go ahead and take that here full. So we have 2 tornado warnings. We're now working several tornado warnings here in this part of Mississippi and Louisiana. So let's go ahead and bring up the velocity product, and wow, it's pretty stout there. It's a pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the lightning just to declutter this a little bit. So this is gonna be just north of the town of Tangipahoa, moving right across I-55 and 51, kind of moving up towards Kentwood. Again, this is, greens heading towards the radar. Sorry. Greens heading towards the radar in New Orleans. Reds are heading away. So we have that rotation there on the ground, or in the lowest levels. What I'm going to look for now is signs of debris in this bottom right-hand corner. I'm not seeing anything at the moment that's popping out at me, which is good. It's always a good thing to see, nothing of significance. And that's something that I want to see here with this cell up near Jackson that's continuing to race off to the north and east. Another one of these embedded supercells, but I can't really determine what they're warning on here. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what this is. Oh, there it is. Here it is. This must be the portion of the storm, the rotation that they're warning on. And that's going to be moving up to the north and east. There's just a lot of shear in the atmosphere. So as you can see, all these reds and greens, it can kind of get a little complicated. But these are going to be our cells we need to watch here. We need to watch if these 2 cells here continue, as well if any of these. So like this cell that's right near Philadelphia. So let's go ahead and check in on that Philadelphia cam. We should be able to see it. Where did that go? There it is. May be able to see it at least. Hmm. Like I said, I'm not sure where this is pointing. Let's see if I can get it on a map. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't in Philadelphia. This is in Jackson. My apologies. So this is in Philadelphia, Mississippi. This is Jackson. So we are actually looking from this direction. We are looking to the southwest. So we're actually facing where the storms are going to be coming from in Jackson. So we're going to keep that up there. So again, this is Jackson, Mississippi that you're looking at right now. This is from the vantage point. There is a webcam at the Jackson Preparatory High School, is what it looks like, Jackson Prep. And that's going to be pointing towards the south and west, towards the city of Jackson proper. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that as the day progresses. I'm really interested to see um, if that, if we see anything on that specific camera. All right. And again, that sorry. So as things begin to pick up here, we're going to continue bouncing back and forth from storm to storm. One of the things I want to do really quickly, go ahead and bring up the list of warnings. All right, so we have a tornado warning right now. This is for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo counties. That's going to be for this little portion right here, down southwest of Chula, Tchula, Chula, Mississippi. And that's going to be moving off to the north and east. That is a radar-indicated tornado. You have another one here in portions of Carroll, Grenada, LaFleur, and Montgomery. And that's going to be moving off to the north and east. Again, in Grenada, you're going to be under the gun here shortly. If it's not right on top of you, it will be very shortly. So if you know anybody in that area, seek shelter. We have another one here in Copiah, Lawrence, Lincoln, and Simpson counties. This includes the town of Mendenhall. This is just northeast of Brookhaven, and that's moving towards the northeast at roughly, what was it? It's moving northeast at approximately 50 miles an hour. And then this last one that I'm going to really be paying attention to right now, I think there might be something on the ground in Kentwood, Louisiana. That might be it right there, folks. This storm here, man, this got that look. So if you're in Tylertown, Mississippi, Columbia, Mississippi, Sumrall, Ellisville, Collins, Hattiesburg, keep an eye on this cell as it begins to move off to the north and east. I think this is going to be our first long track of the day. So this is right now, right over top of I-55 and US 51 in Tangipahoa Parish, Louisiana. And this is going to continue racing off to the north and east. This is moving fast. I mean, it's moving close to, where are we at here? 50 miles an hour. So this is moving at highway speeds. You're not going to see it coming. It's going to be rain wrapped. So that's something we're going to continue to keep a lookout for today. I'm going to go ahead and check on the live stream chat. Again, any questions, you can go ahead and throw them down there in the chat. I'll be paying attention all day as the day goes on. So just make sure, make sure you add us. That way I know, hey, you're talking to me. Let's go ahead and see what else is going on here. So yeah, wow. There's a pretty good hook echo here. Right in there. So this is what I'm looking at here, that hook echo. And what I'm trying to see is and I'm going to say this looks like a decent CC drop. It's not enough for me to say, yeah, that's definitely a tornado. Hold on, I'm going to go ahead and take off. Take me off there, and I'm going to take off. So again, that's going to be the panel down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That is the one that we are talking about right now. That's going to be just off to the north of Kentwood, Louisiana. It looks like it might be cycling as it interacts with these cells down to its south. But this is really going to be running into a decent environment now as it moves off to the north and east. So I'm going to be paying close attention to this cell as the rest of the day progresses, as at least a portion of the afternoon So I have a feeling that's going to be our cell that's going to be a problem as the afternoon continues. Um, let's go ahead and see. Do we have anything on the... So the National Weather Service in Jackson has continued that tornado warning up near Yazoo City. They have canceled it for Yazoo County, but it is still in effect for Southern Carroll and Southeastern Humphreys counties in Mississippi. So that's something to be aware of if you're up in northern or central Mississippi. And again, this cell here down near Kentwood, Louisiana, this is just, or I'm sorry, not that one. This one up here near Brookhaven is moving into what I would say now is one of the most prime environments. So we're really, especially if you're in this area, we're going to need to start paying attention to this one too, because as you can see, these are all trying to develop little appendages. This is this one here near New Hebron and Prentice. We're going to need to pay attention to that one too soon. There is an observed tornado in St. Helena Parish, or I'm sorry, confirmed tornado was near Osika, about 5 miles northeast of Greensburg. So there is a tornado on the ground with this one now down in extreme southeastern portions of Louisiana. It's moving into Mississippi. So yeah, you can see that little, where are we at here? Little appendage right there. That's your tornado. And it's moving off to the north and east. So this is on the ground. It is confirmed by radar. So again, this is something we're gonna be seeing today. Even if it says it's confirmed by radar, it's on the ground. That's how we're gonna treat this. We're gonna treat it as if it's on the ground. So again, please feel free if you have any questions, comments, concerns, throw those down into the YouTube chat. I'll be checking that as the day progresses. And for those of you that are on our Discord, I will absolutely be following along with that as well. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and reset here for a second. I want to check this storm here because there is so much energy here. It's kind of hard to determine where a tornado would be. But I found it, I think, if there was one. That's not it. Sorry, the rotation would have it like right there. So that's your rotation there. Remember, radar's up here in Jackson. Greens are inbounds, outbounds. So this is going to be moving this way, and this is going to be moving this way. So that's what we're going to want to watch. This one is it looks to like clip the far eastern suburbs of Jackson. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And again, you still have these tornado warnings up here in northern Mississippi. Those are continuing. This is for areas including like Winona, Grenada, Chula. So those areas you want to continue keeping an eye out for these. That one in Grenada is pretty decent rotation on that one. So I'd be keeping an eye on that. Again, you have this cell down here near Macomb, Mississippi that we've been following because it's, at least to me, it has had the best radar presentation thus far this afternoon. And there you go. There's your tornado right there. That little debris ball right in there. That's what we're looking at. That's your tornado. It's on the ground. You can see it on radar. That's your debris signature. And there's your hook. Yes, this is a dangerous situation for those of you that are in Tylertown, Mississippi. That's something that you're going to want to continue to keep an eye out for. So it looks like... Okay, so that tornado watch just went up for, and I'll show you that here, for portions of Alabama and Mississippi. That's the new PDS tornado watch. That includes portions of Alabama, including Huntsville, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Meridian, Mississippi, down towards Laurel and Hattiesburg. This does not include, it looks like, for the moment, Mobile, but I could be wrong, so let's go ahead and check that out. And this is going to go until when tonight? It's going to be going until 8 o'clock tonight. So again, we expected this, and we'll continue being here. We're going to be watching this throughout the day as everything unfolds. We want to make sure that people are warned, people know what's going on. Is that a tornado emergency? Oh no, it's just observed. Okay, so it finally updated. So yeah, this cell here, man, again, this is just south of Magnolia and Macomb. It's moving northeast towards Tylertown, Mississippi, Columbia, Mississippi. Those areas up almost the Bassfield-Soso path, just to the south of it, ever so slightly. So I would be paying attention. If you're in this part of the state, as it's moving off to the north and east, I mean, there's definitely rotation in there. And it's definitely more than likely, at least at this point, on the ground. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the velocity in the left-hand column. I'm going to put our debris tracker, which is this here. There it is, right there. So that's where your tornado is going to be, and this is moving up to the north and east. So if you live near Tylertown or anywhere along Mississippi Highway 27, Mississippi Highway 46, US 98, that's the area that you really want to be paying attention to. So yeah, that PDS Tornado Watch does not include Mobile County or I think that's what, Dauphin County, where the county where Dauphin, no, that's Baldwin. Mobile is over here, Baldwin's on this side. So this doesn't include Daphne, it doesn't include Mobile, but it does include portions of Birmingham. It includes Birmingham, it includes Huntsville. Oh, we have a new tornado warning. This includes Tupelo, Mississippi. Wow, yeah, I wasn't expecting that. We're going to go ahead and pull up the Tupelo radar. Oh yeah, there it is. Right there. Get some activity going. So there's something in there that they're warning, and I think it's this right here. That's going to be moving off to the north and east. This may clip the Tupelo area, at least the eastern suburbs of Tupelo. So if you're in Tupelo, Mississippi, you want to be paying attention to this, especially because today has the environment. And again, you're seeing that right here where this area here, this is essentially saying, hey, the values are off the charts today. I'm going to go ahead and change our velocity colors. Let's try this. That's much better. Now I can see things a little bit better. Let's try this one. We're going to go back to the greens. Okay, so that's where your potential rotation is. And again, we're going to be watching this here. That's on the left side of your screen, the greens and reds. This is going to continue, not exactly in that path, but it's continue to move off to the north and east. Kind of like that. It'll wobble, it'll move. But this is something that we're going to need to watch. And you can see that really good bounded weak echo region. What that is a hole, essentially, in the reflectivity. So you kind of almost see like the donut hole of an eye pop out. And that's, typically where the tornado is going to be as things move along here. Let's go ahead and reset our view. And again, now we're starting to get things going. So let's go ahead and reset. Again, thanks for joining us. This is HurricaneTrack's coverage of today's severe weather outbreak. In the southeast. My name is CJ Morgan. I'm filling in for Mark Sudduth today here from my studio here in Venice, Florida. We are paying attention to a ongoing tornado outbreak that began last night over portions of Arkansas and Missouri, and that is now pushed into portions of Mississippi and Alabama. The National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, has placed most of Alabama and a good chunk of Mississippi in what we call a high risk for severe weather. That is a level 5 out of 5. That is the highest level of alert that the Storm Prediction Center can give. They issued that alert yesterday to give you an idea as to how rare that is. Typically, the last time we had a day 2 is what we call it, so that's for the day after today, high risk was in 2012. So they are not common. They are pretty rare, and that's at least in this portion of the country. It's not the last one we had, period, but in this portion of the country, it is the last one that we had. I'm going to go ahead and bring up on screen for you the SPC's most recent outlook. So today, again, that high risk is going to be for portions of Alabama, Mississippi, um, and then you have this moderate risk, this large moderate risk area that kind of almost goes the whole way up to Nashville, just south of Nashville. That includes Chattanooga, Tennessee, Columbus, Georgia, Dothan, Alabama, as well as Pensacola, Florida. So this is not just going to be a specifically, excuse me, Alabama and Mississippi issue. And we see that when you look at, the tornado risk. So this graphic is great. I love it for a reason. It shows the probability of a tornado within so many miles, 25 miles of a given point. So anywhere you have that, so any of these pink areas here, that's a 30 to 45% chance that you could see a tornado within 25 miles of your location if you're in that area. As well as this little hatched area, if you see where my cursor is showing the hatches, that shows the potential for a significant tornado. The Storm Prediction Center has pulled out all the stops today. They have been talking about a very dangerous tornado threat, and that's what you're seeing. This tornado outbreak is expected. It's not that it's possible, it's expected at this point. And one of the things that really stuck out to me in this specific update to the outlook was talking about the not just the that they should that they could happen, but that we could have several dangerous, violent, you're talking EF3 plus, EF3, EF4, EF5 tornadoes today, and that they should happen because the conditions in the atmosphere are so favorable for the development of tornadoes today across the southeast. So that's something that, you want to make sure you have they have a way to get warnings. You want to make sure your friends, family members have a way to get warnings. We're going to take a live look real quick here at Jackson, Tennessee, or Jackson, sorry, not Jackson, Tennessee, Jackson, Mississippi, courtesy of IP Live Cams. This camera I've been showing today throughout the day because it's great. And as you can see, we have this cell that's rotated through. We got rain on the camera now. I actually don't know what we're looking at here. Is that a... So we are looking from Jackson, Mississippi. Where is Jackson? Off to the west and southwest. And again, you have this storm just to the south of Jackson that's really ramping up. And I really want to take a minute and focus in on this cell here. This is a pretty violent cell. This is currently ongoing near Magnolia and Tylertown, Mississippi. This is a pretty dangerous storm. This tornado has been observed, so it is on the ground, and it is continuing to move through Mississippi. It is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Mount Herman, or 16 miles south of Macomb, moving northeast at 50. And again, even if they say that these tornadoes are radar indicated, do not treat them that way today. Today's storms are going to be extremely, extremely violent. So anything that seems like it's, radar indicated, it's going to be on the ground. That's how we're treating it. That's how you should treat it. When you get a tornado warning today, you take your precautions. Make sure you got your bicycle helmet, whatever. But wow, this is a pretty just textbook supercell. You can see the body of it and the hook echo right in here, that insane velocity couplet. Again, reds are outbounds. This is looking from New Orleans radar, so they're going this way. Greens are going this way. That really tight couplet here is where that tornado would be. And let's go ahead and take a look at what we call correlation coefficient. This basically tells us if anything in the atmosphere that the radar is scanning is natural or it's man-made, because they give off a certain, sticks, boards, etc. They give off a certain reflectivity. So you see that in here. You do see a correlation coefficient drop. So to me, that's what that says. This is a tornado that is on the ground, and those in the path should seek shelter. We also have this storm again. This is just south of Jackson now, and this has pretty decent rotation on it as well. It's not as great as it was before. When we were looking at it, it's kind of broadened out a bit compared to at least the storm to its south. But still something to keep an eye on. Still something that we're going to want to keep an eye on, especially as these storms start to, you notice they're all kind of these little cells. These are supercells. And that's what we figured would happen today. You'd have all these supercells start to organize over western Mississippi and move their way slowly into eastern Alabama throughout the day. This storm up here just north of Durant, heading towards Winona, and this cluster up here in northwest Mississippi. This is pretty impressive too. You've got a radar dead zone in here, but wow, that velocity couplet is pretty impressive. I get off the Columbus radar. Let's continue using Jackson's. Yeah, this right in here. So there's your tornado, right in here. And that's going to be moving off to the north-northeast. I mean, as you can see, we have several tornado warnings that are in progress. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings. Those I'm not really paying attention to this afternoon, but it's definitely something that we need to be watching out for at the very least. If you're in Alabama, you might be going, well, I mean, what's going on? I haven't seen. Again, it hasn't reached you yet, but it's coming. So these storms that are starting to fire, so I'm going to pull up the Birmingham radar for now. These showers out here in Alabama, we're going to continue to watch as all of these storms begin to push from western Mississippi or eastern Mississippi, into western Alabama. You're going to have issues as these storms move in because this atmosphere here is where it's most conducive for tornadoes today. So that's something that we're going to really need to pay attention to. And I also don't want to leave out our friends across the rest of the Southeast too, when talking about the threat for severe weather today. I'm going to go ahead and take this full. I'm going to take the radar reflectivity full as well, across the country. So, I mean, this is a very large system. I mean, look, you have rain showers from basically, Indianapolis and Cincinnati the whole way down to the Gulf Coast. This is not a small event. And we knew that, we knew that that was the way it was going to be today. And it was something that we knew we were going to have to pay attention to. And again, looking at the categorical outlooks for today, here's your high risk. I'm going to go ahead and pull down the watches and warnings for a second. So that way it's easier to see. Here's your watches and warnings. All right. Just 1 second. Here's your high risk, outlined in pink. It's the area outlined in pink. There's your moderate risk. That's level 4 of 5. Your enhanced risk, then the orange, that's level 3 of 5. Slight, level 2. And green is marginal, level 1. But you can see cities that are as far flung as, Detroit, Cleveland, Erie, Pittsburgh even, that are getting in on that action today, with some severe weather potential. Not tornadoes like this, but high winds and, damaging wind gusts. That's definitely something to keep an eye out for today. Again, anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, throw that in the chat down below. We'd love to talk to our supporters, the folks that, really make this possible. So please feel free to reach out, talk to us in the YouTube chat. I've been monitoring that all day, and I will continue to monitor that today, as the day goes on. So, as things go along today, I'm going to go ahead and take a second to reset. Pull those off. Some warnings are going to go up. I don't want to forget the severe thunderstorm warnings either, because there is the possibility for damaging wind gusts, as the day goes along. So you have a lot of those down here in Mississippi right now. So again, right now, so far, we have several tornado warnings that we're working at this time. We have 6 tornado warnings, all of which are in Mississippi. You have Carroll, Holmes, and Humphreys counties in Mississippi. And that is for a radar indicated tornado that goes for the next 5 minutes. You have the tornado warning for Carroll, Grenada, and Montgomery. That, again, goes for the next 5 minutes. You have a tornado warning for Pike and Whitehall. And again, this is Walthall County. Sorry. This is heading towards Tylertown. Wow. Actually, that is pretty... Okay, so we have a particularly dangerous... Okay, so this tornado is on the ground. It is emergency management confirmed, and that's what you see with it flashing here for us. That's what this is. So this tornado here, which the National Weather Service in Jackson has went ahead and basically made this warning out the whole way out. So this is looking at Prentice, Bassfield, Columbia, Monticello, Mississippi. This area, this tornado's on the ground. It's large and it's going to be heading your direction. So you want to seek shelter if you can. I'm going to go ahead and read the warning. Um, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was 7 miles west of Tylertown, or 15 miles southeast of Macomb, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Emergency management has confirmed there is a tornado on the ground, and the impact is that you are in a life-threatening situation. Um, and again, you're not going to see these more than likely coming. Just because of the way that the atmosphere is set up today, the amount of moisture in the atmosphere here in the southeast, you don't particularly, usually at least, you don't see them. And that's something that, we want to continue to watch today as the day goes along. But this is a pretty notable debris ball here on this hook echo. This tells me there's a tornado on the ground, 100%. I mean, the gate-to-gate velocities on that are just ridiculous. Which, again, for those of you who aren't weather weenies like me, gate-to-gate velocity, that's just essentially the amount of change in the velocity of the storm. So, where these reds and greens kind of butt up together. I want to go ahead and pull up, see if anybody has a picture of this. I'm assuming they do. Assuming somebody does. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go ahead and pull up, see if I can find one of these. I don't know who's on that cell in southern Mississippi, but somebody's got to be on it with photos. Usually there's somebody on those with photos. So we're going to continue watching as that progresses. Okay, so there is reports of damage in Tangipahoa County, or Tangipahoa Parish, Louisiana. I do want to make that, make people aware of that. So, okay, so this, there are weather spotters that have confirmed this tornado's on the ground. Don't see anybody down there. Oh, there's one person. Who are you? Caden Freeman. Caden, if you know anybody that knows Caden Friedman, I'd tell him to move. Because he's dangerously close to where this is going to go through down there near Tylertown. This will be crossing US 98 here very momentarily near Tylertown, Mississippi. Again, moving off to the northeast. I want to give some times for the folks out in the, and this warning lasts for a while. This warning's going on for an hour. The NWS in Jackson is not messing around today. They're throwing these tornado warnings up for a reason, to let people know, hey, these are dangerous storms. They're going to be dangerous storms. We know they're going to be dangerous, so we're going to continue watching these as they progress. And any of these storms that are firing up down here in southeastern Louisiana, as these progress off to the north and east, they have the potential to become damaging and destructive, just like these storms that are up here. So again, these places like Jayus and Holly Springs, this is going to be around you around 12:55 Central Time. Tilton, around 1 o'clock Central Time. Ghost, Robinwood, Arm, Oakvale, Morgantown, and Society Hill around 105 Central. Progress around 110. Bassfield, Prentice, and Carson around 120. So, Bassfield, we know, you guys took a pretty big hit back there in 2020 during the Easter or Easter Sunday outbreak. But that's something that we're going to need to really pay attention to as the day goes on. Um, Go ahead and go back to our. I got a question from Orion. I live in Slidell. What do you think the chances of the stubborn marine layer inversion can help protect us from this stuff? So actually, Orion, it's that moist air coming in off the Gulf that is really going to fuel these storms today. That's what, we're kind of, that's why we're susceptible here in the southeast to these severe thunderstorms and these tornadoes. It's because, we have the Gulf right next to us. I think that you guys in Slidell are obviously going to have a lesser chance than, say, folks to your north in, um, you know, uh, let's say southern Mississippi, but you guys are still in that pretty dangerous risk for severe weather, at least for the time being. The good news is once this backside moves through, so that's pretty much right around the let's see, it's right around the Baton Rouge area right now. Once these storms that are back by Jackson, Lafayette, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, you guys in the NOLA Metro will be pretty good after that. So I wouldn't be too concerned. Obviously, keep an eye out for any storms that form to your south. But overall, um, we had a couple of ideas of what the fail modes would look like. So that's one thing when you are forecasting a big event like this, you want to know what are the fail modes, meaning what is the chance that this doesn't happen. Right now we have a big and I just saw this. I just sent this over to our good friend Matthew Harding. This is from Jew Shearer, and he says that a 16Z New Orleans sounding shows that lingering EML that's causing some of the warm sector storms to struggle in the lack of the stronger forcing. But really, we're going to keep watching those so that that more stable layer closer to the surface, we're going to keep watching that. There's a good chance that we continue to have these storms fire, and there's also a chance that we don't because they struggle in the warm sector. So that's the real big thing right now, is watching these supercells like down here near Tylertown, Mississippi. I mean, this is pretty remarkable um, in terms of its presentation, at least on radar. I can say this is one of the most impressive radar signatures I've seen in the last couple of years. I'm checking to see here if I see any photos of it. Oh, there we go. James Pettis has a video of it. Potentially. Who is this? Market Max? I don't know what kind of live stream, if this is a drone or what this is. But I'm going to go ahead and bring that up on stream right now. So we'll take it full. So this is the left edge of that tornado that's going on in Tylertown. And again, you won't see this stuff. So this is some kind of webcam that's pointed off to the west there. And you can see the rotation. You can see it coming through. That would be your left edge right here where my cursor's pointing. That's the left edge of the tornado. So, I mean, you're not going to see these. And you might see the right edge here, but I can't really tell. It's too cloudy in there. So it's just a matter of waiting and seeing how these things progress. I'm getting some alerts here from our... All right, let's see here. So we have a new tornado warning up here for this cell. This is the one that just passing Jackson, Mississippi. So there's two cells up here. Now, I do want to point out, this one over Mendenhall has re-strengthened quite significantly, as has this cell to the south and west of Raleigh, Mississippi. So you have these two cells that are going to be moving up to the north and east. And this is what we expected today. So again, I'm going to go ahead and layer on the tornado risk. I mean, these are just entering. So this cell here in Tylertown, remember, this isn't even in the highest risk yet. It still has a couple of miles to go, but this is what we expected. We expected these storms would move into this corridor, this pink corridor here, where you have the highest risk of damaging destructive tornadoes. And that, I mean, we're seeing it. We're seeing it play out in real time, especially. I know it's hard on radar to visualize, but this is something that we're really going to need to keep an eye on because these storms are just getting into the really ripe environment here as they move out of Mississippi, out of central Mississippi, and into eastern Mississippi. So again, this is mainly a call for those along I-59 in the I-20 corridor coming from Jackson and Meridian, and then anybody south of Tupelo, basically over to that I-55 corridor. This is where the strongest tornadoes are about to, become a problem. So we're going to be watching this throughout the day. Again, continuing to watch it as things go along. Again, if you're interested, you have questions. Thank you, Orion, for your question. I greatly appreciate it. Throw them down in the chat. That's why I'm here. I'm glad to host and, answer any questions folks may have. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up on my cell phone as well. That way I can keep along with what's going on. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. That way you can ask a question down in the chat. I'm going to also bring up, I don't think I've checked today at all, the Facebook live chat. Let's see if we had any comments. I know we've had some shares on Facebook. So we got 2 folks that are watching us on Facebook. Thank you. Again, we're simulcasting today. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. Again, this is one of those. Oh, we have a tornado emergency. So I'm going to go ahead and take this full now. My apologies. And take the radar full. We have a tornado emergency in progress. And this is for portions of, what's the county? Tornado emergency for rural northern Walthall County in Mississippi. This is near Columbia. So this is for the cell that we've been watching. So this cell, again, it's now got a tornado emergency on it. So that is the highest level we have to warn people. And you can see the tornado. I mean, look at how insanely packed in this little, these are violent circulations. And this is what we're seeing happening as the day progresses. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get rid of the reflectivity. We're going to bring up the velocity product. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring up the correlation coefficient. I mean, wow. Yeah. That's a tornado on radar. That's as clear as it gets, guys. And this isn't a small tornado either. So that debris, I mean, that's roughly 2 miles wide. I mean, this is not a tiny tornado here. Now, given the radar that we're using to look at it is from Hammond, so, I mean, it's about, 50 miles away and, getting further. So you're looking at about, right there, 3,000 feet, 3,500 feet in the atmosphere. And I wonder, on radar, I mean, you can see it, that's 12,000 feet. I mean, it's still there at the highest tilt. So we can tilt the radar up. I mean, you're talking, not what I wanted. It's not going to give me value. That's 12,000 feet. I mean, yeah, radar is showing that debris is being lofted up to 15,000 feet. That's pretty significant, guys. So this is a violent tornado. This is a very violent tornado that is still ongoing. This is a couple of miles north of Tylertown, Mississippi, and that's moving north and east. Again, there is a tornado emergency for this area right now. Let me use the velocity tilt 1, reflectivity back. There we go. And again, I'm going to go ahead and take away the warnings here again. So again, you have this storm here. I mean, this is a violent tornado, guys. Very violent tornado. A great question from Scott. So he's trying to follow along with what I'm using on my radar here to follow these storms. So what's the difference between super res velocity and storm relative velocity? So this velocity product, remember, this tells us, um, you know, essentially the speed and the motion of whatever water droplets the radar is picking up. So I'm gonna go ahead and take that product full. So we'll do velocity product here. So what this is telling us, so this is coming from the Hammond radar site, which is to our south. So this is greens or inbounds, remember. So greens are always inbounds when it comes to Doppler radar. Well, for the most part, unless it's custom. So we have inbounds here, so the winds are moving that way, and then outbounds here. Now you see how in here it flips? That's because the values are exceeded, so it goes up and down the scale. Now, the velocity product just says, okay, this is the speed at which these particles of water, the water droplets are moving in the storm. If we want to, which is great, unless you have the storm that's also moving. Because remember, the storm's moving in addition to the rotation of the water droplets. So we have what's called storm relative velocity. And this gives us a better estimation of the actual definite rotational velocities within the storm, because it essentially takes the velocity of the storm motion and subtracts it from the overall velocity. So this gives us a better idea in terms of like a derecho. You want to know how fast the wind is coming in so you can warn of that. But if you have, a derecho that's moving, say you have a bow echo, it's kind of like this, but the storm's also moving this way. Physics, it's the sum of both velocities. You want to get rid of that so that way you can tell people these winds are going to be in excess of 100 miles an hour. It's great for measuring wind speeds, and it's great for also seeing on these smaller storms the tornadoes as they're in progress. So great question. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Mark, thank you for pointing that out. So Mark is in the chat right now, ladies and gents. Oop. And we want to talk about this storm that is still ongoing. Let's see here. Where's that tornado emergency? So again, we have our storm relative velocity. Now we're getting out of Jackson because we're close enough. I want to go ahead and pull up that post on X from the SPC. Go ahead to official outlets. So this is what I'm going to call a hyper, well, that's not it. Okay, this is what I want. So as you can see here, the Storm Prediction Center outlined this area here with the cell that we've been watching, essentially saying, hey, there's a pretty violent tornado ongoing here, and it's likely to remain ongoing for some time. Again, I'm going to go ahead and back out while we're reviewing these products here. Wow. Oh, wow. Actually, I'm going to keep the radar full right now, Mark, because this is pretty... I mean, the presentation on radar, guys, I can't begin to, like, express how dangerous this is. This storm is dangerous, and it's going to remain dangerous for the foreseeable future. And I mean, look at this storm up near Puckett. We were looking at this earlier. It looked like nothing, and now it's got a tornado on the ground. It's PDS warned, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour in a large, extremely dangerous tornado. So these tornadoes, you have this cell here near Polkville and Puckett, and this cell down here near it's heading towards Prentice and Bassfield, and again also moving to the northeast. This is it's a dangerous situation today, guys, and this is living up to that. I would say the last time we had a tornado outbreak like this of this magnitude in the southeast was probably the Easter 2020 outbreak. It's been a number of years. And again, you also have this storm up here near Tupelo that's got a pretty decent hook echo on it. And it looks like, based on my, it's got potentially a debris ball on there as well. But again, so I'm going to go ahead and pull out for a second, and we're going to reset for a moment as we reach the top of the hour. So just give me a moment to kind of pull everything together, and we'll go ahead and take it from the top as we have been doing every hour or so. All right, guys, thanks again for joining us. If you're just joining us, it's 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. This is CJ Morgan in for Mark Sudduth. We are covering a high risk of severe weather and an ongoing, now active tornado outbreak occurring across portions of the Southeast. Today is a dangerous day, and we knew it was going to be, but we're starting to see that start to play out across portions of Mississippi and later on today into Alabama and portions of Florida and Georgia. So for those of you in the Southeast, please take today seriously. That's something that we have been pushing and pushing and pushing for the last 24 to 48 hours. So today, for those of you who weren't aware, the southeastern United States, portions of it, are under a high risk for severe weather. So that is going to be this portion in pink on your screen right now, outlined in a high risk. What is a high risk? It's a level 5 of 5. That means the Storm Prediction Center, the National Weather Service, has extremely high confidence in the fact that a tornado outbreak will occur today. This risk, it only happens usually less than once per year on average, so it's something that is not common, it's not typical, and we know today is going to be a dangerous day. And I don't say that to scare folks, I just want people to be aware of the situation that we're in. Why is that the case? So today, as you can see here on your screen now, in that pink outline, I love this graphic. I think it's one of the better graphics out there to explain risk to folks. Anywhere in that pink, if you live there, pick out the town you live in. If you live in that pink area, you have a 30 to 44% chance today of encountering a tornado within 25 miles of your location. So any dot there, any dot, pick a dot, pick a place. You have 30 to 40% chances of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of your location. And those hatched marks, which I'm outlining with my cursor arrow, those signify the fact that we could have violent tornadoes. The Storm Prediction Center today sparing no expense. They're pulling out all the stops, all the strongest wording that I've seen in a while. Basically to say we're gonna have strong tornadoes today, not just the little ones, the EF3s, 4s, and potentially even an EF5. Because of the atmospheric dynamics. What we have been watching over the last 20 to 30 minutes, and you can see in your radar that I'm now going to pull up on screen for us, are several tornado warned supercells that are ongoing currently across the state of Mississippi. A couple of them have had tornado emergencies on them. If you've never heard of a tornado emergency, that just means that there is a large violent tornado heading towards a populated area. And right now we have 2 of those currently. We have 2 tornado emergencies that are currently in progress. We have a tornado emergency for this storm that's moving out of portions of Walthall County, Mississippi, and that's going to be moving into Lawrence and Marion counties. So that is a tornado emergency for southeastern Lawrence and northwest Marion counties in Mississippi, and that's going to go until 1:45 p.m. A large and destructive tornado was located near Salem, and that's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and they're telling people to take cover to protect their lives. And on that other tornado emergency that we have going on, this is for portions of Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties as well. I'm sorry, hold on. Oh, okay, so it's the same cell. I'm sorry. So this is that same cell, ongoing tornado emergency for portions of Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties. This is a pretty destructive storm. and it's been very concerning watching this storm organize over the last 45 minutes to an hour. It would not surprise me if this puts down a long tracked violent tornado. And what I mean by long track, I mean it's going to be on the ground. So from what we know right now, this tornado dropped. The tornado initially was formed near Tangipahoa, Kentwood, and Osika, right on the border essentially of Louisiana and Mississippi, and has so far tracked, if it has remained on the ground that entire time, approximately 30 miles. So it's already moved 30 miles to the northeast. In this storm, there's nothing really out ahead of it to stop it from producing that tornado. So that's something that we're really going to be paying attention to. Oh, wow. Just okay. So there's another tornado warned storm behind it, but golly, look at that. Ladies and gents, I mean, this is textbook. When you open up a textbook and you look up, meteorology textbook, you look up a supercell, that's what you see. I mean, it's remarkable. Intense velocity couplet right in the hook echo. I mean, and a debris ball on the correlation coefficient down here. I mean, just absolutely remarkable. The atmosphere, again, we knew it was going to be bad, but we didn't know how bad it was going to be. If you're watching us on YouTube, go ahead and throw a comment down in the live stream chat. I'm going to try to answer those, as well as I've been trying to follow along on the on the on the Facebook Live as well. Um, so if you're following along, you want to throw something down in the comment, please, if you have a question, statement. And if you want, if you're out there, if you live in these areas and you see something, do not go out. If you're under a tornado warning for any reason today, do not go out and try to see these things. You're not going to. They're moving at 50 miles an hour, and they're rain wrapped, so you're not going to see them. But if you happen to get photos, you have photos of damage, you can go ahead and tweet those at your local NWS office, and you can also tweet them at me and Mark. My tag is at CJ Morgan FL. Mark is obviously at HurricaneTrack. So that's something that we can absolutely take a look at, and we'd be grateful to see what's going on out there. But make sure that you also include your local NWS office. So the tornado right now, it's pretty far from the Jackson radar site as these things go. It's about 65 miles away, so the beam is already 4,000 feet in the atmosphere. Now, if we take this correlation coefficient and we adjust what is called the tilt on the radar, which just says, the radar is usually like this, you can tilt the beam up and down so that you can get a volume, you can get a third dimension there. I want to see what the highest tilt looks like today from the, so yeah, there's that. And I mean, this is a pretty far away radar sites. This is pretty high in the atmosphere. So we're going to go ahead and see what that's looking like. Not really. Only 9,000 feet. It's not that much for a 4 tilt. Let's see if I can pull up 2 data. Second. There we go. Let's get it up to the highest tilt. We can still use to see it. There's that tornado resignature. What we want to see is what is the beam height there. So the beam height's about 3.8, 3,800 feet in the air. So we're definitely seeing debris being lofted at least that high. Yep. Thanks, Scott, for reminding. These storms are also moving into the Mississippi pine belt. So there's going to be a lot of pine trees at risk. It's going to be a heavily forested area, as it were. So you're not really going to see these things coming. Um, Go ahead and keep moving down here. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to reset here. Get a look at what's going on. We still have this storm up here also near Tupelo, Mississippi. And that's, I mean, it's there, but it's not anything I would be overly concerned about. Um, what I'm more concerned about are these storms down here that are moving up towards Alabama. That's what I'm more concerned about right this moment. These storms that are down here, like this one down here towards Winona, Mississippi, that one specifically, and then these storms that are down here near Jackson, and this one down here, and the one behind it, which I'm going to pull up the New Orleans radar, because this is right about where that initial tornado got put down. And again, these are just moving into like the highest, the best environment for tornadoes right now. That's where these storms are starting to move into. So we're going to start seeing things ramp up as we go along throughout the afternoon. I mean, just wow. Just impressive presentation on radar. I just... Okay. Large tornado about 4 miles, and it's rain wrapped. So this is from Brandon Clement. So let's go ahead and see if I can find Brandon's shtiv on Twitter. Really? Yes, other chasing. Whoa. Okay. So, not much. He doesn't chase much, it looks like. And yeah, that's something we haven't done either. Let's go ahead and check power outages across the country. So you have about 108,000 still without power in Missouri. And I also want to point out that Michigan, there's 32,000 people without power. That's pretty insane. Even given, the current situation, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Mississippi currently have the most, and for, obvious reasons, the most power outages so far. Let's take a look at what's going on here. And again, if you're watching us on YouTube, please feel free, throw in a comment to the live chat. We will be watching those so that way we can, see what you guys are, looking for, see what you guys have questions about, what you want to know. We're here for that. So yeah, Karen, you're going to be, you guys are going to see some pretty high winds. You guys are under a marginal risk in Western PA. So you guys definitely have the chance to see some stronger storms, but your biggest issue is going to be wind and maybe some hail. Obviously, it's not the same type of environment that you have down in the southern part of the country. Let's see what's going on here. And I also want to see, let's check out the mesoscale analysis again. See, I mean, look at this. So we're going to go ahead and check out the... So yeah, so this is our significant tornado parameter. real quick, just to show you guys a basic um, forecast here. So this is the SIGTOR parameter from the SPC mesoscale analysis, and anything above about a 2, or really anything at all is concerning, but especially anything above a 2 is concerning. And then, I mean, you have values here in like 7, and you're going to see how this progresses. You get 6, 5, um, and that pretty much continues the whole way across, um, as this goes along. Let's see. Check out these photographs real quick. If I can get Sharpie to open. While I'm looking at these, I'm going to go ahead. Back. 1 second here. Wow. Jeez. This tornado may persist for quite a while. It intends to violent intensity. Yep. And that's that storm that we've been paying attention to all afternoon that's currently approaching the Bassfield and Prentice areas. So if you live along this, Mississippi Highway 42 corridor, this, very reminiscent of the Bassfield Soso path. It's coming right up through Bassfield, and it's going to continue ongoing. You also have this large complex up here that's still rotating. This is in portions of counties are these? Jasper, Western Newton, Northeastern Smith, and Southeastern Scott counties. So again, we have these tornado warnings that are ongoing at the moment. This is, there are, how many of them are out there? 4. We got four storms that we're working right now. One near Eupora, Mississippi. The other just to the east of Jackson. The other to the south and east of Jackson. And then one near Macomb that's moving up out of Louisiana as we speak. Let's go ahead and check this out. Yeah, see there is quite a bit of rotation on here, but at least on velocity, it's not very impressive. Very broad, nothing too crazy. And I'm not really seeing anything else, at least for the moment, that I can pick out and say, yeah, this is going to be an issue. I think we're going to see more as the day moves along here. I'm interested to see, does anything along this confluence band in western Alabama ramp up? Does anything out here become, because this is well ahead of the line, and this would be where we would look for something to get going out ahead of it in the open warm sector. Let's see, there's an update there. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up. Come on. This was only a couple of minutes ago. So I want to bring this up really quick because this was just issued. So this is a new mesoscale discussion for these storms that are ongoing right now in portions of Mississippi, in Alabama, and later on downstream into Alabama. So I kind of want to go over them really quickly and just take a minute to explain what's going on here, take some questions, and go from there. So again, we're still paying attention to these storms in Mississippi. Okay, so this says the risk for tornadoes continue across. So allow me to take this screen full. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. Severe weather threat for tornado watch 45 and 46 continues. The risk for tornadoes continues across northern Mississippi into northwestern Alabama, particularly with a supercell in Montgomery County. And that intense tornadoes are possible. So this is something we're really going to keep an eye on over the next couple of hours. So the discussion says a QLCS has evolved into more discrete supercells, some of which have become dominant relative to other convection in the area. So in a supercell in Montgomery County, Mississippi has persistent mesocyclone that continues to intensify. The GWX VAD, so an impressively large and curved hodograph with nearly 500 meters squared per second squared. So what this is saying is that there's a ton of shear in the atmosphere, and that the ambient environment around these supercells that we've been watching that are scrolling across your radar down there to the right, that environment will support tornadoes, and that'll be contingent on. So again, here's your fail mode. That is contingent on them benefiting from minimal interference, including the absorption of smaller storms. So what this is saying is, and just to put it in as simple context as possible, in order for these storms, so you have all these little interactions going on here. Is this line of supercells, essentially, is what it is. Begins to interact with each other. We need one of these in order to, have this large destructive tornado. It would have to break off, and the inflow into the storm has to be not contaminated by any of the outflow here. So what we've been seeing today is this line, there really hasn't been any supercells that have fired off by themselves. This has been kind of a broken QLCS, more of a clustered storm mode, and that could be a good thing. It could keep the intensity down a bit, which is good. But I mean, I still want people to understand that keeping the intensity down like that, really, that just means, rather than a bunch of, EF5s, we're probably gonna have a bunch of EF3s and 4s. Like there's any of these storms can put down a very strong tornado today. But we're gonna pay attention to this as things kind of go along here. To see, do any of these storms down here become discrete? Meaning, do they end up by themselves? And that's why I'm kind of watching this broken line over here that's over by Demopolis. I want to see if any of these can get going off on their own, because they're really out ahead of all of this stuff. And if any of those can get going, then it's game on. I'm not seeing any signs that it would, but this convective band really is going to be interesting. I also want to mention that there is a tornado watch that includes Nashville and Murfreesboro, and that's going to be for similar reasons. I mean, you have this giant squall line here that's moving into Nashville now. I mean, there's potential spin-up tornadoes along the line. I mean, this whole thing's just going to be a mess. So if you're in the Nashville area, obviously, you don't want to be dealing with this for too long, but, we're going to be dealing with it. So that's going to be moving through Dickinson here shortly. Fairview, it's on the northern side of Nashville right now. Good news is I'm not really seeing any rotation signatures up here. But again, if, you know, this area here, you could have tornadoes. And it looks like there was something reported near Cookville, a funnel cloud, and that was at 1:58. So that was about 30 minutes ago. So again, we're working all these tornado warnings right now. Primarily everything's in Mississippi. So that's where we're going to continue to focus for the time being, is on Mississippi rather than up into Tennessee, and as well as portions of Alabama is where we're going to be looking to next. So again, this storm that produced that was tornado emergency, that had a tornado emergency on it, is moving right. It looks like it might just split the goalpost, if not go right through the northeastern sections of Bassfield. I'm not seeing, is this still? Yeah, so this isn't a tornado emergency anymore. They're calling it a particularly dangerous situation. And my guess is that the velocity has kind of come down. Oh, no, actually it's still there. That's still pretty. And then you have this other one now moving through Tylertown that also, so this is following a very similar path. And this one is reported by law enforcement. So, folks in the Tylertown area, you're under the gun again. I would, again, even if these aren't, and wow, yeah. So this one's got a decent, you know, rotation signature on it. It's starting to organize. And you have another one down here starting to spin up near Hammond. So, this one's going to move off to the north and to the east. So, Orion down in Slidell, you want to pay attention. In the next hour or so, you guys are going to be dealing with this leading edge. The good news is, once this main edge here kind of gets through, you're done. So that's the good news. So Natchez, Vicksburg, almost to Jackson soon, Clarksdale, Memphis. You guys are pretty much, you know, getting into the clear of it now. Now that these have moved off, these storms out here in central Louisiana, they're not particularly severe. They're just thunderstorms. So that's the good thing. You know, we're not looking at a bunch of issues there. But again, you have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are off to the west of Baton Rouge that still have to move through Baton Rouge and New Orleans before you guys are fully in the clear. Excuse me. So yeah, I mean, Tylertown, Prentice, these storms have been going on for a while now, and we knew that's what we mean by, you know, long tracked, dangerous, violent. Look at the amount of lightning in this one. So a lot of lightning usually means, you know, that the storm is strengthening. Usually when lightning activity goes down, you know, it's kind of, you know, it's not counterintuitive. It's pretty straightforward there. But wow, you still have this impressive hook echo in here. It's completely rain wrapped now. So Bassfield, this is knocking on your door. If you're in the Bassfield area, you definitely are, you know, need to seek shelter. Yeah, this is right. I mean, it's almost right on top of you guys in Bassfield. So this, I don't want to say it's not going to go through town, but it's, you know, it's going to be too close for comfort. So those of you that are in, you know, the northern sections of oh, I'm sorry, I lied. So this is right on US 42. It's crossing US 42 right near this small town here. I don't know what the name of it is. It's not on the map, but this is between Bassfield and Prentice. And again, that's going to continue moving northeast. So this is still a dangerous storm. Again, this is still the storm that we're going to have to watch and see how this, you know, how this matures, as well as this storm again down here near Tylertown. This one, you know, also looks pretty good on radar, at least from Jackson. But from, you know, it does look pretty good too. So this one too, being a safe place, because this is coming right on the footsteps of this one. And I mean, they're, you know, and then there's another one down here that's right by the Hammond radar. This has that look. It's got that little curly Q look. So this is just off to the side of the Lake Pontchartrain. It's going to be moving to the north and east. It's going to move across Tangipahoa Parish, into portions up here, and then go into Mississippi from there. So downstream of here, I'd say Hammond, Covington, Bogalusa, Franklinton, Sun, Louisiana. Crossing the river into Poplarville, Lumberton, Purvis, Hattiesburg. This is going to be heading up your way. So you want to make sure that you're paying attention to these storms as they come out of Louisiana, because these are just reaching the heightened environment right now. And you're getting this training action of these supercells, which again, we also expected today. So, you know, none of this is unexpected. We knew this was going to be happening. We knew that this was a possibility, and that is starting to, you know, we're definitely seeing that verify. So this Bassfield storm, it looks like that's right on, again, it's right on top of them. Let's go ahead and check this out real quick. There we go. All right, so you have this portion near Bassfield, this portion near Prentice, this portion near Tylertown. Let's go ahead and see what the... Oh, good question from KP1. Why do these storms seem to get worse late at night? So the reason for that is it's kind of tricky. So at night you have what's called the low level jet, the nocturnal jet. For, you know, whatever reason, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure what the process is there. I'd have to have somebody else explain it. But the low level jet tends to ramp up, become stronger at night. And that's why you tend to see some of these storms get more intense at night. The reason is plain and simple. For the southeast, we're so close to the Gulf of Mexico, we can have instability at any time of the day. Our, you know, our geography is what does that for us. So let's go ahead and check out what's going on over here. Sorry. It's a good question though. And yeah, tomorrow there is going to be a pretty steady. There's also going to be a threat, so I don't want to leave that out either. So tomorrow, so this is tomorrow, there is a slight risk of severe weather, and that goes from portions of the DMV, the DC Metro, the whole way down to Florida, and there is a marginal risk in portions of Central Florida that covers Tampa, Sarasota, St. Pete, Orlando, Titusville, that area. So so you're aware, there is a non-zero tornado risk for portions that are north of I-4 primarily. But the highest risk there is going to be up in the Nature Coast, up in the Big Bend, up through Jacksonville, and up into the Carolinas. So just so you're aware, that is a thing for tomorrow. But obviously we're focused right now on getting through today. And then tomorrow, Mark will actually be out in the field, and he'll be chasing while I am here in the office, so to speak. So, we'll be out there, you know, talking to you guys tomorrow and kind of reviewing everything. So, if you guys will give me a second, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back shortly, so I can get my bearings and kind of get a hold of what's going on. So again, don't go anywhere. Please continue chatting. I'm going to be still interacting with you guys. I just need a couple of moments to get up, stretch my legs for a moment, and go ahead and get some more information in so I can pass that along to you. So I will be right back in about 5 minutes or so. Let's try it now. Sorry, guys. Thanks again for joining me. I apologize for that. Um, would have helped if I would have turned on the audio. So, real quick, just to reset. For those of you that are just joining us, we are covering this ongoing tornado outbreak in the southeast. Today's a high risk day. It's a very dangerous day for severe weather. So right now we're looking at these cells that are in Mississippi. As I was showing you on radar, these cells here are starting to become better organized, and they're starting to get out by themselves. This isn't good. This means that these storms are really starting to intensify as the day goes along. I'm really going to be paying closest attention to this cell right here near Hammond. So the reason why is south of here, you notice there's nothing. This has a pristine environment to pull moisture right up and into the inflow, kind of like that. So as long as nothing really forms to its south, this has nothing stopping it from getting into this better atmosphere up in here, up in this area, and really kind of going nuts. So we're going to keep an eye out on that storm that's down near Hammond, Louisiana. It's just north of the New Orleans metro. In the meantime, we have 4 tornado-warned cells that are moving through or into Mississippi right now. We're stretching from Meridian the whole way down to Kentwood, Louisiana. We just, earlier, I just showed you some video. This was that tornado earlier, so that was this cell here that's approaching Bassfield when it was down here near Tylertown. So these are not small tornadoes, guys. These are pretty large tornadoes. So if you're getting a tornado warning today, please take it seriously. This is that storm that we just looked at near Kentwood, Louisiana. That was this one here that's moving up towards Bassfield as well now. So we have 2 pictures of that tornado. And then we have this storm here near Hammond that's starting to get much better organized. And then this right here was that tornado that is way up here that's really rain-wrapped up here near Mount Olive and Collins, Mississippi, as it continues to move on to the north and to the east. So we also now have tornado warnings up into the northern part of Mississippi going into Alabama. This complex up here, I got to turn off the lightning and some of the watches and warnings. It's because there's just too many layers right now. So it's this storm here. I'm not really seeing what they're warning, but they are saying that there is a potential for a tornado up there, so be in a safe place. The other storms, like I said, are all down here near Jackson. They're near the Jackson metropolitan area, just to the east. So this storm up here was the first storm that really kind of got going down here in this area and has since came up. This is what we mean by long-tracked violent supercells. I mean, this storm here that's currently up near Newton and Meridian, we were tracking it. It was tornado warned all the way here by Brookhaven earlier today. So, you know, obviously it's a big, big issue moving forward. So again, if you got any questions, concerns, comments, throw it down in the chat. I want to be able to talk to you guys as the day progresses. As we know, today is a pretty dangerous day. So I want to make sure that, you know, anybody's questions go answer or do not go unanswered. Okay, so we have that tornado warning for St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes in Louisiana. So that's going to be this storm here. Still in effect. Again, we're going to watch these storms as they come out of Louisiana into Mississippi, especially this one here that just passed Hammond. This is brand new. This storm just went up a few hours ago. If as long as it can keep its act together and really not have anything fire south of it, you know, we're going to have some problems as the day goes on there. So again, this tornado warning, it includes Franklinton, Louisiana. This is going to be coming up towards Purvis and eventually up towards Hattiesburg. So those of you that are in Hattiesburg isn't exactly a tiny town. So, you know, I want to make sure that people that have friends, family, maybe, you know, people that are at Camp Shelby that are serving, you know, make sure they, you know, they have a heads up, you know, hey, this is coming your way. We should probably, you know, we want to warn you about it real quick and, you know, just let you know, hey, you got some weather coming. So I'm going to go ahead and take myself off. We're going to go ahead and look at some more of these cells as they move from Macomb up through Columbia, Collins. I mean, that 1, 2, you got. Let me see here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry for my crude writing. All in a line, and they're all moving to the northeast. And again, this is what we thought was going to happen today. We knew the potential was there for these long-tracked supercells that, you know, are going to be on the, and that can produce tornadoes that are on the ground for long periods of time. These aren't going to be those tornadoes that just, you know, they come down, they lift, and that's the end of it. No, this is going to be those tornadoes that are going to be on the ground. They're going to stay on the ground as the day goes on. So, you know, that's the way that this is going to be. Let me see here for a second. Mark, are you guys able to hear me on stream? Yay, nay? Somebody give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down in the chat. That'd be great. Just that way I know folks are able to hear. All right, so let's go ahead and hear from you guys that are on stream. You know, what do you guys want to know? What are you guys looking at? What are you scared about? You know, if you live in these areas, it's understandable to be a little worried, you know, about these things. So, you know, I want to make sure that everybody's got their questions answered and that nothing goes unanswered for the moment. Goodness. All right, awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, KP. Thanks, Karen. Really appreciate it. Oh, here's another one. So this is the video of that large tornado as it went past Tylertown, Mississippi. I mean, that's pretty large. That is a giant tornado. That is not tiny. That is pretty large. So again, these are not small tornadoes, guys. These are pretty large. So if you know, if you see one of these go past you. I mean, you can see it's, it's hauling butt to get, it's going. These are moving at 45, 50 mile an hour. It's not going to be, a quick, you're not going to have time to chase these. These aren't going to be chaseable tornadoes today. So that's why I'm not out there. That's why a lot of chasers aren't out there today. So again, let's go ahead and take a minute to reset again. Wow, look at this storm near Taylorsville, Mississippi right now. I mean, look at the hook echo on that. Perfect. Again, another storm that is textbook. Textbook. If you open up the textbook, meteorology text, and you look for a tornado or a supercell, this is what you'll see. You got a hook echo, you got the inflow, a nice notch where there's a clear slot, what we chasers like to call the bear's cage. And again, we're going to go ahead and pull up yep, there it is. It's on correlation coefficient. So this tornado is on the ground. So Taylorsville, this is headed straight for you guys. It might just miss town to the southeast, but I don't want to say that and it not become, not be true. You have another storm back here that's rapidly approaching Bassfield. So if you know anybody in Bassfield, you might want to call and give them a heads up. Hey, you got a tornado potentially headed your way. And we have these two more down here in southeastern Louisiana, or in one that just crossed the line into northern Mississippi. This one, the northernmost storm, the velocity couplet isn't that impressive. This one is just passing Osaka, Mississippi. This one includes Macomb and Magnolia in the warning. And then you have this storm down here that I'm more interested in because it's kind of out by itself. It doesn't really have anything to compete with to its south or to its east. So this one's going to be one that I'm going to watch over the next coming hours with you guys. And we have this other storm that's up near Meridian, Mississippi that also is remaining tornado warned. That's been tornado warned for over, I'd say, an hour and a half at this point. Good news is we don't have any tornado emergencies in effect right now. And as I say that, they issue a PDS tornado warning. This is for, excuse me, this is for the storm that's northeast of Collins. That's for this one down here. The one that I was just commenting on its radar presentation. Yeah, so, I mean, this is a pretty big tornado, guys. I mean, if I had to guess, this is on the ground. I mean, just given the size. Look, I mean, that debris signature, it's 1.2 miles wide. I mean, you're talking about a large wedge tornado that is on the ground heading for potentially like the southern side of Taylorsville, Mississippi. So if you live anywhere south of Route 28 or east of Mississippi Highway 37, you need to be in a safe place right now. I mean, this is heading your way and you're not going to have time. Taylorsville, this is on you, and it's going to continue off to the north and to the east. So communities like Bay Springs, eventually Lewin, heading up like almost towards the 59 corridor towards Meridian. This is going to continue heading off to the north and east, kind of like this as it continues. Sorry. All right, so again, and then we also have another, so Collins, Mississippi, that just got done with that last storm is now under a tornado warning again. A lot of these storms are, wow. Mark, I don't know if you're watching us. You got to look at this Taylorsville storm on KDGX. I mean, this is very impressive. Very, very impressive radar signature coming out of Taylorsville, Mississippi. I mean, it doesn't get any more painted better than that. You know, so again, greens and blues are going out, reds are going in. So the circulation is something kind of like this. Up like that. And get my illustration skills better. And then down and like that. And this whole thing is going to move off in that kind of a direction. So again, folks in Taylorsville, this is heading your way. So, you know, if you know anybody in this area, I don't know how many people on stream may know somebody in that area, but, you know, I would encourage them to be in a safe place. right now as this storm continues to track off to the north and east. And again, these things are flying. They're not, they're not moving in a slow pace. They're moving at roughly 45, 50 miles an hour. So that's something that we really want to pay attention to as the day kind of goes along. Um, just wow, right there. That's moving kind of like that. So just wow. I just wow. Oh God. It's not good, guys. Um, Taylorsville is probably going to take a direct hit. It's coming into town right now. So say a prayer for folks in Taylorsville, Mississippi, because they're going to need it. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is, and look, we might be having another mesocyclone starting to develop on the backside. I just, wow. Now, it's not very often, and you can ask Mark. We're in the truck together. It's not often I find myself with a lack of words. Just remarkable. Let's give me 1 second. Go ahead and send that to a good friend of the project. See if we can see it. Yeah, it hit the town. Jeez. It's not a good situation there in Taylorsville, Mississippi. It looks like a very large tornado just went through the town. I'm picking up, I mean, this is almost 2 miles wide in size. I mean, this is scary. If you know anybody in this area, that's out ahead of this now, because now we got to look downstream. You want to let them know, hey, you have a very violent tornado heading straight for you. That's areas like Bay Springs, areas like going up towards Enterprise, Mississippi, Lewin, Stonewall, Pachuta. Even though you're not under a tornado warning yet, this thing means business, guys. This is violent. Very intense gate to gate shear. I mean, the sorry, I'm trying to get in here and see the streets and such. So remember, this is the tornado where you see the blues here on the right hand side of your screen. That's going to be the tornado, and it has just moved through the town. So, yeah. So we have another tornado warning that just came out for it downstream. So uh this is for Jasper County and northwestern Clark County. Um okay. I want to bring up the SPC just released a mesoscale discussion that I want to bring up. So, this is the most recent mesoscale discussion. So the most in this is very clear cut, short, sweet, and simple. The most concerning tornado threat for the next 1 to 2 hours extends from south central Mississippi vicinity to far west central Alabama. I don't need to say anything else. We don't need to read the discussion. That's that's what it is. Folks in that area, you need to really be paying attention. If you know anybody that lives in this part of the country, um, definitely give them a call. Let them know, hey, there's dangerous storms heading your way. Um, these storms are really not to be messed with today. We have some serious, we already had loss of life last night from the first round, and again, that kind of overperformed expectations. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the YouTube stream again. Please, if anybody knows anybody in there, please let them know. If you have any questions, but it looks like I'm gonna say right now. It looks like the town of Taylorsville, Mississippi, has just taken a direct hit from a large tornado, potentially very violent tornado. Um, and and there's potentially another storm right behind it that's looking to go through Bassfield. This is almost taking a very similar path to the 2020 Bassfield So-So tornado. And then you go down here, there's another couple of storms. And again, I wanted to come back down to the New Orleans area. We didn't forget about y'all down here because this storm down here had been looking like, kind of fell apart. I thought this one would be the one that got going, but it's kind of just going over the same areas. And this is what happens when you get training supercells. Sometimes they die out. So let's go ahead and put that in motion. You can see how it kind of ramped up there for a second. Now it's kind of dying. It's interesting. So I think that'll cycle up again as it gets into Mississippi. But it looks like from you know, what the SPC was saying is that this general vicinity is like the prime area for long tracked violent tornadoes today. And I want to use that term very, very specifically because violent um, is the correct descriptor for what's going on today. I mean, these are not going to be small tornadoes. These are large EF3 tornadoes, EF3 plus tornadoes. So we want to make sure that, if you are having, if you're out on the roads or you're traveling today or tomorrow, especially today, if you're in Mississippi, I wouldn't be out on the roads traveling. It's not safe, I think, at this point to be traveling. Um, and, especially interstate traveling. If you're passing through the area, just make sure you know what county you're in. That way, if you go under a warning, you can figure it out. Okay, I'm hearing some more dinging in my ear. So let's see here. See if I can see anything on the Twitter. Oh, yeah, power outages. Let's go through power outages, shall we? So again, you have about 100,000 people without power in the state of Missouri still from last night's storms, and the most of those are in the south and southeastern part of the state, especially the St. Louis metropolitan area. Um, you have about 107,000 people without power in Jefferson County, Missouri, 54,000, or I'm sorry, 17,000 without power in Jefferson County, about 46,000 in St. Louis County, and about 54,000 in Franklin County. Those are the highest totals we've seen so far today. And again, I want to bring up Twitter again. I want to see if we can get a photo of this storm that would have just went through. Yep, there it is. Boom. So again, this isn't the same video from before. So if you remember, I showed you a video from the same camera from earlier. This is courtesy of James Pettis on Twitter. Um, there it is, right there. You see my cursor? There's your tornado. That is that large tornado that just went through Taylorsville, Mississippi. Um, Absolutely remarkable. That is a large, violent tornado. And this is what tornadoes look like in the southeast. You know, you got hills and trees, and you can't really see what's going on. So this is what you got. This is what you have to deal with. And um, God, you know, I just hope people were taking the warning and taking it seriously. So wanted. So we're gonna go ahead and pull this up, see if it pulls back up. There it is. So that is that camera there that they used to look at. This is again courtesy of trash bin. WLBT3. That's a news station out of Jackson, Mississippi. Yes. So, well, the good news is for the folks in Jackson proper, the threat's over for you, for the most part. You're going to have some storms to your west that are just thunderstorms. These are not supercells by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. These are just regular thunderstorms that are right along that backside. So that's it for you guys. You guys are pretty much over. I'll go ahead and give Jackson anywhere along and west of I-55 in the Jackson metro area until you get down to about Brookhaven. You guys are in the clear at this point. Basically, anywhere from I-55 and I-20 in Mississippi, north and west. So this whole area of Mississippi right here, you guys are good. The worst of it is now past you, and it's now our attention turns to western Mississippi and now eastern Alabama. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Birmingham radar. And again, as you guys remember earlier, me saying I wanted to see if this area here could organize, and it appears it has not done so. But we still have these tornadoes that are ongoing in Mississippi that are going to be moving in Alabama probably within the next hour and a half. This storm here near DeKalb, Mississippi, this will move towards Livingston, Balaji, Utah, Akron, Moundville, and actually, if you're in the Tuscaloosa area, I'd be keeping my eyes on this because this looks like it's going to come right up Interstate 2059, and I would just at least keep my eye on it. I'm not saying to panic. I'm just saying it's heading in that direction. And then folks from Columbus to Macon, Mississippi, those are going to be moving into like Aliceville, Carrollton, Reform, Gordo, and then up into the northeast from there in Alabama. Right now, our strongest storms are still down here by like Bay Springs and Mount Olive and Collins, Mississippi. Not as impressive as they were earlier, but they're there. Again, the best instability right now is really over southeastern Mississippi. So that's where we're going to be focusing in on right now. So again, I want to pull up the Slidell radar. Or Hammond, sorry, it used to be in Slidell. Again, this storm, it's there, rotation's there, but it's not as crazy as I thought it would be. And then you have this storm that's just to the east of Macomb, Mississippi, that's going to continue moving off to the north and east like that. So again, these are kind of going over the same area as it went over before. Again, this isn't necessarily a squall line. There are supercells out ahead of the squall line. How long these are able to stay discrete is going to be the key as to what happens with them moving forward. This cluster up here has been tornado warned for a while. I'm not seeing anything crazily jumping out at me. But this includes Florence and Muscle Shoals, Alabama. So, if you know anybody in that area, let them know, hey, there's something heading your way. Um, and what's interesting is I still haven't seen anything up into Tennessee. Which is good. I mean, you have the SEC tournament there. It's good, but they still have the chance for them up here in Tennessee too. At this point up here, it's kind of congealed into a squall line, as you can see. Um, and that's what we're going to be seeing as the day progresses. This is going to kind of all congeal into a line as it gets around the I-65 corridor, and it's just going to push east, and you're going to have problems with high winds in Atlanta and Montgomery and Columbus and Dothan, basically the whole way down to the Gulf Coast. You're going to be having some issues tonight. So, long night ahead still. Time is 3:20 Eastern time, so it's about 2:20 Central time. I've been with you guys for the last couple of hours. We've been following these tornadoes as they've been forming over Mississippi, and now we're getting ready to move them into Alabama. Again, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that we didn't expect, but it's still kind of crazy to see this transpire after you go through the forecasting, you go through everything. So KP just asked, is that cell that just hit Taylorsville, moving in the direction of Birmingham? Yeah, but I mean, Birmingham is still 200 miles away. So, I mean, yes, it's moving generally in that direction, but I don't want to say that's where it's going to end up. That's not what I want to. I'm not comfortable just yet. Maybe once they get up into like Demopolis or somewhere in this area here, I'll have a more confidence. But for now, I don't want to say that it is or it isn't. Real quick, I want to go ahead and check out the observed soundings today, if there were any. So today is March 15th, 0Z sounding. What? We have a 0C sounding. 16. So yeah, let's go ahead and pull up the Slidell. That's what I want. 12. We should be getting here in a couple of hours an updated sounding from a lot of these areas, which is great. We'll get a specialty sounding today more than likely. So real quick, I want to kind of talk about what this is. So this is a model sounding. So as we talked about yesterday, this is your hodograph up here on your right. And what this does is this shows you your wind profile. So as the weather balloon goes up and up and up in the atmosphere, each of these little points where the color changes, that's where it took a reading from the radio sonde. And then these are your cardinal directions. North is at the top, east is to your right, is the right axis, west is your left axis, south is your bottom axis. And then each of these radials are wind speeds in knots. So you can see, literally, we can watch as the hodograph curls. We could see the actual turning of the winds with height. As you can see here, this is a completely uncapped environment, at least in the low levels. Up in the mid levels, though, there is still some steep lapse rates. This 9 Celsius per kilometer. Oh, I just modified a sounding. I didn't even know I could do that. Try that again. So what this is telling us here, if you look at the possible hazard type, a PDS tornado, we knew that. Look at these CAPE values. This is the quantification of the actual potential energy available in the atmosphere. I mean, these are ridiculous for the southeast. We don't see numbers like this normally in the cold months. That's why we're having the problems that we're having. Look at the supercell index down here, 21.5. I don't think I've ever seen it go that high. And your significant tornado potential is 5. Even with the convective inhibition. I mean, we wonder why we had this type of atmosphere today. This is why. Yep, that sounds about right, Orion. So that's actually a great point there. So Orion, for those of you who can't see, just commented in the YouTube chat. And I'm going to read his comment. Interesting as the supercells went from west to north of us, the southerly winds at my house just whip and whine more and more around the house. And that's because these storms, so for reference, he said he lives in Slidell. These storms are feeding off of that moisture. So as that wind comes in, they're feeding off of that. So it's going to increase it. These winds are wanting to crank right into that storm. So as they come from west to east, your winds will eventually go from being south to then more of a, more of a southeast or southwest, then about a west. And then as the cold front goes past, you'll get a northwesterly wind. And that's what we call wind shear. That's that turning of wind with height, which you can see visualized on the photograph. I think it's so neat, we're going to ignore the skew. I don't have the time to explain it. That's a whole masterclass in and of itself. But really, I mean, I want to focus on these photographs because that for you guys is a good way to see, okay, the air's turning as it goes up. And as it turns, um, it's kind of counterintuitive as the winds go up in height, they turn clockwise, which leads to, it's confusing. But that's what we want to see when it comes to a supercell. If we're forecasting for supercells, this is what we expect to see. I shouldn't say what we want to see; it's what we expect to see. So, um, definitely something interesting. Now you can also see here this term LFC or LCL. These are the essentially how high up in the atmosphere water will condense. These are pretty low. These are down near the ground. The LCL height, the cloud layer, is only at about where's the value here? Actually don't see it on here. Anyway, it's about 900 millibars, so less than a kilometer in the air. So that's why all of these storms are so rain wrapped. So again, we're going to keep an eye on these as things kind of go along today. Um, so it looks like they did not continue that tornado warning for this storm that was near Franklinton. It looks like it's petering out on us. But we'll see what happens. Again, that would need to have pretty um, sustained inflow in order to stay, stuff like that. Wow. Yeah, Orion, that so he's also said that the he watched the 2017 tornado in New Orleans move past him to the east by about 300 yards. That's closer than I'd rather be to a tornado, I'm going to be honest with you. Um yeah, that's all that is. That's that pressure, those low pressure centers in the tornadoes that's really driving those winds. So that's why it was able to suck that metal door out of your hand. Um And yeah, no problem. I'm very glad to be here. I'm glad to help. Hopefully, I can, help people be safe today. That's our jobs, I guess you could say, as weather weenies. We should be looking out for all of our fellow folks. So again, as these storms kind of get caught up in the line here, I'm really interested to see what happens as these progress into Alabama and Mississippi. I mean, out of Mississippi and into Alabama, because the last of it seems to be pushing through Baton Rouge now. So if you're in the Baton Rouge area, you're in the clear. And then those will be pushing through New Orleans here, probably in the next hour, hour and a half, I'd say. Probably some strong winds, Ryan, hang in there. Your threat's going to be over here in a couple hours. Right now, it's really southwestern Mississippi that we're focused on, as well as into Alabama now. And you're starting to get these storms to go up here in Alabama. So I'm going to start watching these as they go east, as they cross over Birmingham and continue to go into Alabama. Because I think we're going to start seeing tornado warnings popping up in Alabama, and I think that now is around the time where we're going to have those storms start to become tornado warned out there. Um, just as a heads up, we still have a potential tornado on the ground. This one is observed. This is near Collins, Mississippi. And that's until 3 o'clock Central, so another half hour. A confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado was near Collins, moving northeast at 50. So again, this storm is right on you in Collins, or just north of you. and it's moving right up towards Taylorsville. So we might actually be able to see this one. So let's go ahead and pull up that camera that we saw earlier. See if we can see it. Oh wait, no, that was Tylertown. Not Taylorsville. Tylertown is the one that they went through, which is way down here, right? Oh. Yeah, that's Tylertown. And right now they're just getting rain. So let's go ahead and do this. We haven't done this in a minute. Let's go ahead and check out what our Earth cams look like. So I'm gonna go ahead and where are we at here? So this is Huntsville, Alabama right now. This is looking towards one of the mountains there. I want to go ahead and pull up. Go ahead and refresh that. So yeah, I mean, this is Huntsville, Alabama. You can see some stuff in the distance there, but nothing too concerning otherwise. Where are we at here for? There it is. And in Montgomery, we have more of a this is from EarthCam WFSFA. You're starting to get those clouds to move into Montgomery now. So Montgomery, you have some storms out to your west, but nothing too notable otherwise. I mean, we're going to be watching these over the next couple of hours as things kind of pull through. So what we're going to do, I'm going to take a quick break for the next 5 minutes or so. I'm going to pull up some more Earth cams from like Nashville and some other places in Alabama like Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. So that way we can watch these storms as they come in. So I will be right back with some more live coverage of today's potential severe weather or today's severe weather outbreak. So don't go away, stay with us. I'll be back in a couple of minutes to go over everything and to touch base on what's going on after I get some of these cams up. So we'll go ahead and do that and I will return. Thanks. Alrighty, and welcome back, y'all. Again, this is CJ Morgan with HurricaneTrack. We are tracking several large destructive tornadoes that have been on the ground this afternoon in the beginning of a tornado outbreak over the deep south. Today, we have a very, very unusual high risk for severe weather here in the deep south portion of the country. And again, we're watching these storms start to march their way up towards Alabama out of Mississippi. So we're going to go ahead and reset and get ready to check out some of these places as we move along today. So looking at, wow, look at this storm right here near Bay Springs, Mississippi. It would not surprise me one iota if this storm that just went near Taylorsville again has a tornado on the ground. Not one bit. Just the presentation on radar is very classic. You have another storm here in Bassfield that has a tornado on the ground. So again, in these storms down here, the ones near Columbia, Mississippi, Monticello, it looks like this is going to be kind of towards the end of the day stuff for this. I don't know how many after this are also going to have a rotational opportunity to rotate, especially given the way that things are going. But the good news is, if you are behind this back edge, you're done. Your risk is over. You don't have to worry about it anymore. So now the threat shifts out of central Mississippi and northern Mississippi into Alabama. And right now we have a storm that we've been tracking, that I've been watching from the Columbus radar site. This one has been on the ground for hours now, as it continues moving off to the north and to the east. So I want to go ahead and first and foremost let you know, if you are watching on the YouTube live stream, please feel free to throw down something in the chat. I love interacting with everybody, and I'm really looking forward to continue doing that today. Real quick, I do want to mention that I was able to find another live cam to add to our, to add to a couple of the partner cams here that we've been utilizing in Alabama. So first and foremost, we have this one, which I believe is pointed at Bryant-Denny Stadium. It is somewhere in Tuscaloosa. So we're going to go ahead and pull that up on stream here in a second if I can find it. Take that live. All right, so this is looking live from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. You can see those storm clouds off in the distance. We're going to continue watching this. All of the clouds are moving right to left. I'm not entirely sure where this is located in Tuscaloosa. So if you're familiar with the area, you're like, oh, I know what building that is. Can you let me know down in the comments, down in the chat? That way I know where we're looking. But I'm assuming that's Bryant-Denny Stadium there off in the distance. And again, I'm just, I'm taking this time as we're going to go through these live cams to kind of show you guys what's going on. And yeah, this is a... So yeah, there's... So guidance right now is suggesting, at least, that... we could have some more problems later on in the day, because I guess that observation, that sounding just came in Alabama here. I'm actually going to transition back real quick. Here's that tornado that went through Kentwood, Louisiana not too long ago. So this is kind of a big deal right here. Right now. So, I mean, these storms are nothing to be messed with today. And again, we're going to keep an eye on these. Lots of places here in Alabama, especially, have had sunshine today. So they've had, a lot of time. Oh, wow. Look at this. So there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. So this storm that's moving, there's a rain-wrapped tornado. This is from Michael Pankey, a storm spotter there out of the BMX area. This is in northern, I don't know what county that is. Northwestern Sumter County in Alabama. And then this includes portions of, this includes like Gordo, Coker, etc. So this storm's going to be moving up into the Tuscaloosa area and eventually probably through the northern suburbs of Birmingham here within the next probably couple of hours or so. And then you have this storm here that finally the tornado warning's over on it. There is still some rotation with that, but it looks like the National Weather Service up there has decided not to continue that tornado warning. Right now, it seems like we're getting into a bit of a lull when it comes to this activity just because some of the instability values in western Alabama aren't as high as they were in eastern Mississippi. But I mean, we still, like this tornado here near Bay Springs, it's still on the ground, and then you got another one coming into Collins, Mississippi. These poor people, they just can't catch a break, man. Um, that one expires, though, in 3 minutes or so. So we're going to go ahead and take a look real quick. These are some homes that were destroyed last night. This is 5 minutes ago west of Hot Coffee, Mississippi. This is, it looks like, from somebody, Clint Hendricks. That is a large tornado, my friends. That is a very large tornado. So, good news when I see this. No roads are blocked, trees are down everywhere, no major injuries in Taylorsville, but this is a look at some of that damage already coming out of that Taylorsville area. Yeah, wow. This is 2 tornadoes an hour apart. So this is Taylorsville. These are 2 large tornadoes. You can see that left edge right there. Just absolutely mind-boggling that, this is what we're looking at today. Quick view of Montgomery, Alabama from one of our partner cam networks. This is, a great look at the Montgomery area. They've had a lot of sunshine today in western Alabama, so it'll be interesting to see tonight if that translates into higher instability values and a ramp up in storm activity and storm intensity as well. Let me see if I can pull up some of this model sounding from, or the observed soundings. Not yet. They're not on Sharpie yet. Let's see if I can get it off of radar scope and set. So I'm going to take the radar full. Oh yeah, wow. Okay, so there's quite a bit of convective inhibition, which is a good thing. We like, we kind of want to see this, but those wind values are definitely, the shears there. But I think based on what I'm seeing from model guidance, and we can look at that here in a second, that there should be maybe an uptrend here shortly around dark out there in portions of Alabama. Again, so there is a tornado warning still in effect. Let's go ahead and pull that up if we can. Hello. Um, okay, there we go. They're going to go ahead and continue the warning for green and Pickens and northwestern green. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over about 12 miles south of Aliceville, moving northeast at 55. So that's going to be this northern... Oh. Okay, then. So that's going to be this storm up here near Tuscaloosa. It's going to be this one right in here. Bring up the correlation coefficient. Good news is I'm not seeing a lot of potential... it's kind of in a radar bad spot, but I'm not seeing signs that anything's on the ground right now. which is good, especially because this is going to be coming up into a pretty heavily populated area as we get up into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. This Interstate 5920 corridor is pretty heavily populated. And then you still have that circulation up here just west of Columbus, or just east of Columbus, I'm sorry. Let's see if there's... Yeah, I mean, it's pretty broad. It's nothing too crazy. I can see why they didn't continue that tornado warning on that. Let me see if there's a severe thunder. I'm assuming there's a severe thunderstorm warning on that with a tornado possible tag. Maybe not. Still quite a bit of lightning there. Let's see, storm relative velocity. I mean, it looks better on storm relative velocity. So again, Columbus Air Force Base. Greens are outbounds, reds inbounds. So that's roughly, there's some rotation in there. We'll have to keep an eye on it, see if they decide to issue a tornado warning for it. But again, our threat is shifting. We're right in the middle of that high risk area today, right now. So this is right in the heart of where that's going to be, and we're going to need to continue to keep our eyes on that as things move along. And that tornado warning up in the northern part of Mississippi is now over. They went ahead and allowed that to expire. So again, we're going to continue to watch these storms as they approach the Birmingham metropolitan area as the day goes along. Let's go ahead and check in. We have a live cam in, I have to bet that let's go ahead and see something real quick. So this one, there is an observed tornado on it, as well as now this one here. Yeah. And this is coming right up again through the Taylorsville area, all that area. So we're going to continue watching, what happens through here as time continues onward. I'm looking at some of the... So that's going to be up here in the Bay Springs area. And again, for this storm here that's just about to go through Bassfield, I mean, this is a pretty decent, pretty decent sized hook on that. So, you want to be in a safe place, obviously. But these are starting to get caught up by the main line, which is starting to overtake these. So if they can't sustain themselves, then their tornadic risk may not last very long as we go into the rest of the day. Now, what we're going to need to do is watch tonight for any of this convection that's firing up out in western Alabama to become potentially tornadic with time. So like any of these down in here, if you can get these, you can see some potential lightning strikes in there. That's a sign that there is convection out there. The problem is it's just so far from the radar site that we can't really tell what's going on out there, but it looks like there is potentially something trying to build out in this area, and it's going to all move off to this way. So if these can sustain themselves, I mean, today's been a pretty dangerous day in the southeast. We've seen a lot of these more violent tornadoes that have taken place, and again, we're gonna continue moving on throughout the day and uh, continue staying here with you guys as the day progresses. So I'll be here through the afternoon into the evening watching these cells progress with you guys. Um, so please feel free to stick around as long as you can. Let's see here. 1 second. Let's take a look at good old Huntsville. Actually, we're gonna bring up that view from Tuscaloosa because we're gonna watch as this storm kind of comes into the Tuscaloosa area since it's gonna be a couple of minutes. So we're gonna watch this because it looks like whoever's got control of this camera has moved it off to the east there, and they're gonna watch it. So that, again, this is a live cam from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We're gonna be watching this as it comes in. Um, so you have where's my host inset? There it is. It looks like whoever this is that's controlling it um, really wants us to see what's going on there. So again, you have this storm that's moving right now up into the Tuscaloosa area. It's coming through portions of... I mean, that's a pretty stout hook there. So we're going to have to watch and see as things go along there. Oh, hello. Somebody's zooming in real tight for whatever reason. So again, I don't control this camera, but we're going to keep an eye. I'm not sure what direction this is now facing. I'm guessing they're facing it west. I would assume this is probably a news network that has access to this camera that's using it to scan and see what they can see. This circulation here still pretty, pretty evident on radar. That's a pretty gnarly hook there going down like just south of Aliceville. So if you're in Aliceville, Alabama, you're probably dealing with it right now. And again, this is going to come out of the south, and we're probably not going to see much, but, it's there. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here, because I'm getting a bunch of alerts. Okay, so we have a new, so here's what I'm going to do. 1 second. We're going to do... Give me 1 second here, guys. Sorry. How about that? That's better. You got me in a box, the camera in a box, and then we got the radar, so we can continue to keep up with this. The first thing I want to do, I want to go over real quick because the Storm Prediction Center actually just updated their outlook for today. So yeah, 3:04 p.m. Central Time. It's 4:11, so we're gonna go ahead and go through this together, shall we? So you can see that high risk has been kind of eroded away as well as the moderate risk. And the summary reads as follows. A tornado outbreak is ongoing across much of the central Gulf Coast states. Numerous significant tornadoes, some of which should be long track and potentially violent, may continue into this evening. The severe risk should spread across eastern Mississippi through the remainder of afternoon until the evening and reach parts of the Florida Panhandle and Georgia tonight. Dangerous tornado outbreak and ongoing is expected to continue this evening over the southeast. This is the 20Z outlook. The main change was to expand the categorical high risk a bit over southwestern Alabama and southern Mississippi and trim out the severe areas west. A squadron of intense tornadic supercells. That's a descriptor. A squadron of intense tornadic supercells. Those are going to will continue east-northeast over eastern Mississippi and much of western Alabama this afternoon and into the evening. The strongest low-level instability advection is occurring across southeastern Mississippi and west-southwestern Alabama. Strong ascent and intense low-level shear from the low-level jet should continue to focus a nearly optimal supercell and tornado environment over this area through the evening. Upscale growth, which means it'll transition into a line, could happen possibly late this evening over eastern Alabama and western Georgia, and strong shear will continue with the risk for tornadoes along with damaging wind gusts. Over northern Alabama and southern Tennessee, there's a lot of convection that has resulted in a messy storm mode with embedded supercell structures, a strong meso-low. 994 will continue northeast along the Mississippi River Valley, yada, 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 supporting impressive low-level shear despite the less than favorable thermodynamics. Tornadoes, some strong, and numerous damaging winds are possible with the embedded supercells. So what does that all mean? Well, what that means is that so we'll go ahead and turn off the warnings real quick. Categorical. So there you go. So as you can see, the highest risk is really from this line to the west. So this has kind of moved over to the east a bit into the south. So Hattiesburg and you're now firmly within that. Montgomery's just outside of it. This includes Gadsden, Coleman, Jasper, Fayette, essentially all these storms. So that are going on right here, as we expected. And what they're saying is that this is all going to essentially grow into a giant squall line as the evening progresses. So Huntsville, you're in the clear. Nashville, you're almost in the clear too. You just have these pretty intense bowing segments, which again, lots of wind energy in the atmosphere, and this slight risk has actually been increased all the way up into portions of southern Indiana and most of Kentucky now. So it's not quite to Cincinnati, but almost to northern Kentucky. So again, we could see that as the time progresses. So again, we're going to keep focused here. Let me go ahead and turn the outlook off. We're going to go ahead and pull back up the warnings for us. Here we go. We got a mesoscale discussion. No, I've already read these. 207 and 208, right? Yeah, 206. Okay, cool. So, and we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now up near Fort Wayne, Indiana. So we are now starting to see that northern corridor begin to light up with severe weather, which we expected again. So these are going to be pretty much hail producers, and they're all over this portion of northern Ohio. And those will continue with extent into portions of Pennsylvania and continue on from there. But again, we have a tornado warning in effect now for portions of the Huntsville area. This is near Athens, Alabama. Let's go ahead and add that in, shall we? Ooh. So that is going to be for. I actually have no idea what they're even looking at here. So I'm guessing they warned it for this little part here as it went up this way, but I don't see much there. It looks like that's pretty much done there. So all right, let's see what y'all are saying in the YouTube chat. Again, if you have any questions, concerns, throw it in there. Um, Very interesting. Thanks, Jesse. I did not see that, so that's probably why. But again, it is what it is. Thank you for you guys that have stuck around today. It's been great to have y'all here and watching with me. Again, it's very interesting stuff that's going on here today. I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'm going to take that live cam full again in Tuscaloosa as we watch this kind of come in here, because that still's got a pretty gnarly signature on it. And I don't want to also, if you pay attention um, to your radar screen down there in the bottom left. I also want to mention these tornado warnings that are down for Meridian and then points south towards Collins. These still have reported tornadoes on them. So do not think that that's over yet for you guys in Meridian, because it's not. Those still have tornadoes on them, and we're still fully expecting them to cause some issues. So again, your live radar is going to be over towards that side. If you look over to that side of your screen, you're going to see your live radar. I'm not going to take that down just yet until we know for certain of something that's going on. But it looks like there is definitely damage coming out of this storm here that is just to the east or west, southwest of Meridian, south of Newton, northeast of Lewin, and that's moving northeast. That's going to be up in Nellyburg, Collinsville, Meridian Station. So just, just an idea of who and where that's heading. Now, again, for now, we're going to turn our attention up towards the Tuscaloosa area because there is a pretty decent sized cell that's had a decent a pretty strong hook echo on it that is moving towards the Tuscaloosa Northport areas. Yeah, I mean that's definitely there. It's you know got a decent velocity couplet on it. It's so far from the radar that it's so hard to tell if something's down or not. So we're going to continue to watch this. This is, again, the only tornado warning in Alabama right now. If you can believe that. The only tornado warning in Alabama right now. Go ahead and take off the severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, tons of lightning with these storms. So it looks like this is starting to cycle, if I had to guess. But it does look like it's going to try to tighten back up. So a new area of circulation looks to be developing somewhere in here. So this is going to continue moving off to the north and to the west. And again, I don't feel comfortable saying this, but it looks like it should pass Tuscaloosa, just to the northwest. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that up. Again, I'm not going to take, throw that in motion there. It definitely looks much more impressive on the Columbus Air Force Base radar. So this is, again, inbound, outbound. And again, we're still keeping an eye on this camera to see if we can see anything off in the distance. So let me... glitch. I don't know exactly where it is. This appears to be on top of one of the taller buildings at downtown Tuscaloosa. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this happens to be the same camera that James Spann and them use for the ABC 3340 Skycams. That's what it almost looks like to me. So we'll see. And then KP, thanks for asking. I'll be here pretty much through the evening. We also have some stuff to do for tomorrow planned in North Carolina. Mark's going to be out there tomorrow. So I'm going to be leaving my setup in place tonight into tomorrow so we can really take oh, there was lightning. Sorry, squirrel moment. So we can work together tomorrow on this as well. So it's been weird, you know, soloing it this time, but it's been fun. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I've enjoyed it, although, you know, it's been kind of one-sided. I'm going to go ahead and take myself off of that. Get out of here. Hmm. So I'm trying to figure out, guys, hmm. Give me 1 moment, please. So again, we're trying to see if we can see anything, because this thing does look to be tightening back up as it approaches the Tuscaloosa area. So, um, down here in the corner, so you guys can see I have the radar up. I'm trying to highlight it for you guys. I'm not sure how well it's coming through on cam, but that's it. That's what we're looking at. And we are looking from Tuscaloosa back towards the storm. So we should get a decent clear slot here soon, and maybe we'll be able to see it. I can't promise anything, but we'll definitely keep an eye on it to see if we see anything. Jeez. Okay, so there's that tornado warning that just popped up, and that does include Tuscaloosa County in Alabama. So that is the county, for those of you who um, aren't familiar with the area, that is the county that Tuscaloosa is located in. So again, real quick to reset, time is around 4:25 Eastern, 3:25 Central Time. I am CJ Morgan. I am here for Mark Sudduth. We are tracking a ongoing violent tornado outbreak that has been ongoing all day here in the southeastern United States. Just real quick, we have a live cam shot from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in the box on the bottom right hand corner of your screen. And I'm looking over the radar. We have another potentially dangerous tornado. This is down near Collins, Mississippi, and that's again moving up to the northeast towards Soso and Taylorsville. For those of you who weren't around until later on in the day today, we actually had some pretty dangerous storms come through. that area, and we actually had, um, as I showed on stream earlier, we had two tornadoes come through the same town that were both captured on a Skycam, a webcam. So there's tornado number two, and this is near the small town of, I believe this was Taylorsville. Don't, not Taylorsville. I'm sorry, this was Tylertown, Mississippi. So it's right here down near the border with Louisiana, which kind of runs right there. So that's where we're looking. And all of these storms, again, are moving off to the northeast pretty swiftly. The main line, again, has kind of merged with these cells down here. So I think that that's going to impact their ability to become tornadic. I think these are all going to become embedded supercells at this point. It looks like the storm mode is going to be messier. But right now, we've been following this storm cell that has been approaching Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with a pretty decent hook echo on it. And as you guys know, back during the super outbreak of 2011, we had a large tornado go through Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So I'm going to go ahead and shut up a little bit and just kind of watch this with you guys. I want to take the Earth Cam full. I'm going to go ahead and turn the radar off so we can bring it full and see what we can see. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to telestrate for you. I do not have telestration tools at my disposal. I wish I did, but I do not. So we're going to have to watch this together. Um, so right now it looks like whoever the operator of that camera is really trying to get in there and see, like, hey, you know, can you see what's going on there? You know, do we know what's going on there? Let me see something real quick. Okay, that seems to have helped a little bit. Get a little bit more contrast out of that. At least on my screen, I can see this a little bit better. Um, there is there's something back in there. I can see something very small start to emerge. It's going to be right above. Might be able to see something down there. I can't tell, but that's where the wall cloud's going to be. This is looking right into the storm. And if we can see something, that'd be pretty impressive. Because this thing is starting to wrap up. I mean, it's really starting to get its act together again as it moves more towards Coker, Alabama. This is really going to be on the kind of scrape the north side of Tuscaloosa County, is what I'm thinking. And again, I'm going to go ahead and put the radar. I'm going to leave that off to the side there because we're looking to see if we could see it as it's coming across your screen there. So right about in the middle of your screen is where you're going to be able to see it, hopefully. I wish I had telestration tools so I could point it out to you, but I cannot. We'll continue watching, see if we can see anything. I know that the camera's quality is not the greatest, so bear with us. And again, we're trying to see if this camera ends up pulling anything in. I don't know that it will, um, but we'll see. It looks like, oh, we do have a tornado warning in Tennessee as well now. So I do want to make that known. And that is going to be in the area of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, just to the south and east of Nashville. So just a heads up. You guys have a tornado that's possibly on the ground. That one's actually a pretty decent signature within the line there. Go ahead and pop up that radar. So that's going to be right in this area. Right here. And that's moving off to the north and east. So folks in Woodbury, Tennessee, Auburntown, Tennessee, this is where you want to be in a safe place, right? You want to make sure that, anybody that you know in south side of Murfreesboro, southeast side of Murfreesboro, sorry, be in a safe place. Again, red's going outbound here, green's coming inbound. Again, we have a pretty decent radar signature here, just south and east of Gordo. South of Gordo, it's moving this way. So I don't think this is going to hit Tuscaloosa. I don't think it's going to come close enough. But I don't want to say that and eat my words later. Because, we still got a bunch of other stuff going on around this storm. So give me 1 second while I... Yep, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Thank you. Um, Sorry, I gotta pull up my... Okay, and we're still keeping an eye on that Tuscaloosa cam to see if anything kind of comes near it. It looks like if there was something on the ground, it might have occluded, and you can kind of see that process as that mesocyclone kind of wraps up and into it. So there's a good chance that whatever was on the ground there has occluded. Maybe it might have lifted briefly and it could come back down. So I don't want to say it can't. I don't want to say it can, but never know. And rather be safer than sorry. So this is from Columbus Air Force Base now. We're looking back at it from the other direction. Yeah, I don't see anything here that's necessarily screaming where it would be for the moment. I mean, the rotation's still definitely there, but I think it's definitely closer to Gordo than it is to Northport and Tuscaloosa. So yeah, I mean, we're going to be continuing to watch this throughout the evening as these storms keep going. Um, One of the things that we're looking for right now, like this little guy here. What is going on with you? You're new. So see how you have this little guy here that's moving north all by itself. This little kidney bean. I'm going to be watching you. Are you going to continue doing your thing, or are you going to be out there by yourself? Yeah, again, it looks like the storm that was up near Tuscaloosa, um yeah, they trimmed that back a bit. So this, it looks like it's done recycling, and then it's going to continue up to the north and to the east. Any other questions, comments? Come on, throw it down there. We want to hear from you. So yeah, apparently there was an earthquake today in Mississippi too, on top of all of this. I haven't seen anything on it, but just in case you guys needed to know, yeah, there was a pretty large earthquake, I guess, or a 3.0 earthquake in Mississippi. So did not have earthquakes and tornadoes at the same time on my bingo card. That's for certain. So let's go ahead and take that radar back full. Get rid of me. Okay. Ah, that's not right either. There we go. All right. Go ahead and get rid of me. And again, we're continuing to follow this storm out of Alabama, West Alabama, um, that's on the ground. We actually have two tornado warnings now up into Tennessee that I want to touch on briefly. This one that's north of Huntsville, um, just north of Lynchburg, or just around the town of Lynchburg. Um, so that's going to be, assuming they're warning on this. Okay, so it looks like they've been mourning this. This line just gonna march off to the north and east. I don't see anything that particularly pops out. And then you have this storm up towards the Nashville area that's had pretty persistent rotation. So again, reds are outbounds, greens are inbounds. So this is where we're looking to see if there's potentially a tornado, and I'm not seeing much. Which again, good thing. But yeah, folks in Woodbury, Auburn Town, they're gonna need to take cover too. Um, and again, we still have these storms in central Mississippi that still haven't worked their way out. Again, I'm surprised. Not a lot of stuff coming out of southern Mississippi and the New Orleans area, but the New Orleans area, you guys are going to be in the clear here soon. So just keep an eye on that, continuing. This storm here, though, this is pretty potent. You can see that clear as day. Boom. Right like that. That little 6 there. That's your tornado. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, there was something there. Probably. So this one just missed Taylorsville as well. So the people in Taylorsville, they've gone through 3 tornadoes now, have crossed near to the town just today alone. I want to put that in perspective. 3 tornadoes just since we've been streaming, and that's been since 11 o'clock, almost noon Eastern time. So, I mean, this is pretty potent stuff we're talking about, guys. I mean, today has been pretty violent. It's been a violent day. We knew it was going to be a violent day. Let's go ahead and check on our Tuscaloosa storm, shall we? There might be something there. Yeah, I mean, there very well could be. Given the correlation coefficient values, etc., etc. Let's go ahead here and take another look from the Tuscaloosa tower cam. Still nothing. Still gray and rain. And that's what we've been seeing a lot of today, really. It's been a lot of this. Let's go to Huntsville. So I'm not entirely sure what highway this is, but this is heading towards downtown Huntsville. And again, let's take a look over Montgomery, state capital. More of the same. Again, I'm not seeing anything that's overly worrying me. At least not yet. Oh, that's pretty. Jeez. This storm near Covington, guys, is just keeps on going, man. Let's see. Because I'm not seeing it. Unless this is it. So it would have to be north-northeast. North of Soso. So this storm that's kind of south and east of Bay Springs. Oh, excuse me. Still giving these folks some problems. That's going to head up into the Meridianville area. New Orleans, I think that you guys are pretty good now. These storms that are around you, not much. Um, I mean, there's not much here to show. So let's go ahead and take a look at Twitter. I want to see if we have any more of these. Wow. So this looks like this is coming out of Tylertown. This is from that storm that we watched go through earlier. These are some of the Are you not gonna let me take that forward? Radar go. Looks like that's frozen. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? So, seeing this from Robert Gose on Twitter. This is a friend of his in Tylertown had sent him some, sorry, 1 second. I don't know why this reset on here. Always had it as orange. Just wow. Bakersfield, Missouri. Just impressive damage from last night. Still. So, Cave City, Arkansas, it looks like a preliminary EF3. This is a tornado that went through Taylorsville. This is a massive wedge near Seminary, Mississippi from Brian Allen. You can see it come through. And then there's the power flashes. And boom. Ooh. So Stillwater, for those of you who didn't see the wildfires in Oklahoma, this is some aftermath from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Just absolutely horrid destruction there. Such a shame. This is Elliott, Mississippi. Wow. Every time I see that, that's going to be the shot from this outbreak. So yeah, this is not a loop. This is two tornadoes going over Tylertown um, within 40 minutes of each other. It's a good capture. Um, wow. So this is so for those of you who were asking earlier, this is from Fox Weather. Um, apparently there was a 3.0 magnitude earthquake around 1:49 Central, so 2:49 Eastern today, right around where those tornadoes were going through in McGee, Mississippi. So, yeah, it's not that normal. It's definitely something. I've never seen anything like that, but, um, we're seeing, okay, so I'm starting to see, reports of damage coming out of that Tuscaloosa storm now. Um, take a look at it, shall we? Should be just north of the city now. Let's go ahead and bring the Tuscaloosa cam that we had up earlier full. Still can't really see much, but back in there somewhere is probably a tornado. There's definitely, the storm has that look to it. Um, it's curled up like it should be. If it had a tornado on the ground, this is just it's just been a crazy day. To watch this unfold in real time, you never really get used to it. If I'm being completely honest with you, again, you never really get used to it, but there it is. I mean, it could be out there somewhere. Um, just absolutely unreal. And again, that tornado is going to be somewhere just north of Tuscaloosa, just off of Alabama Highway 20 or County Road 22, just about to cross Alabama Highway 171. And if it hasn't yet, let's continue on the north and east. It's going to cross US 43, Alabama Highway 69, and before eventually exiting into portions of, I believe this is Jefferson County. If you see a radar down in the bottom corner, so this is, I believe, Jefferson, and I'm not sure whatever county this is. This might be Winston County. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, this is starting to wrap up again. So folks in the north side of Tuscaloosa, especially north of Northport, Alabama, you want to be in a safe place. It's definitely something that we've been watching come through the area today. Um, Hopefully we can get through this and things will get, better as the day progresses, as the evening progresses. Let's go ahead and take a quick shot of Montgomery. And again, Montgomery and points east, you guys are still going to have a while yet until these storms start to make it to you. They're still well off to your west, um, for the time being, and they're going to be. So, and that's, to be expected. So, nothing really changed there from what we had imagined before. And then again, we have this large, potentially tornado on the ground in near Bay Springs, Mississippi. I'm not seeing anything now um, in terms of a reports coming out of there. Um, and again, we have these tornado warned storms up in Tennessee as well, so I don't want to forget about those. You also have this storm here up in northeastern Mississippi, south of Columbus. It's going to be moving into Alabama. This one's kind of out by itself a little bit. It's right near Scuba, Mississippi, and it's moving northeast. So folks in Aliceville, Carrollton, Gordo, they'll be dealing with that momentarily. Again, I'm not seeing anything on the Tuscaloosa cam, nothing of any appreciable, um, nothing appreciable yet. So again, there's some lightning in there though. Not sure exactly where it's pointed, but we're looking to see, is there anything on the ground? Could there be anything on the ground? So I don't see anything at the moment that would suggest that anything's down, but I, don't take that verbatim. There could be something there. Again, the conditions are favorable. Hmm. And again, tonight, as we go into tonight, we fully expect these storms to really transition into more of a QLCS event, so a squall line. So I don't think that this is going to be remaining very powerful for very long after this. Again, we're kind of through this at this point, so things are going to be, these things are going to be pretty intense today, um, as we expected, though. So, all right. So again, this is CJ again with HurricaneTrack. I'm going to be taking about 5 minute break, 10 minute break, guys, just to get my bearings and get some more information in there. So I'll be right back. Again, I'm going to go ahead and throw the radar up. If you guys have any questions, throw them down in the chat. I'll still monitor it, but I'm going to take a couple minutes to, look over some stuff, and I'll be back with a better update. It's a little after 5 o'clock on the East Coast. That means it is 4 o'clock Central. This is CJ with HurricaneTrack, and I will be back here in just a short while. Thanks, guys. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Again, it is 5:17 Eastern. It is 4:17 in Central Time Zone, and we are live. So this is CJ Morgan again with HurricaneTrack. We have been tracking this ongoing tornado outbreak all day from here in my home studio here in Venice, Florida. We're gonna go ahead and pop up. We're not gonna continue too much longer tonight. I'm sorry. I have a couple of things that I have to do this evening. But I will keep the stream going otherwise with radar loops until it times out, and that's going to be around 10, 11 o'clock tonight, so I'll be coming back to check on it from time to time. But the hosted section is going to be over through the rest of the evening after this last update. So real quick, I just want to give a quick update for everybody that's got stuff going on. If you didn't hear, so this was not on my bingo card today, but it certainly was a surprise. You have an earthquake centered in Covington, Jefferson Davis, and Jones counties in Mississippi, right around the same time those larger tornadoes were hitting areas of the state earlier today. So if you didn't catch that, that's there. Beyond that, we have some pretty decent video here from Fox Weather's Robert Ray, a good uh, you know, partner here. This is Elliott, Mississippi tornado damage. I mean, this is pretty hard stuff to see, especially given everything that's been going on. Um, Mesoscale discussions, there's really not anything that's changed. We still have tornado warnings that are, hold on a second, that are ongoing at this time. But overall, I mean, it's going to be something similar throughout the rest of the day. Sphere threat may increase downstream of Tornado Watch 47, which is often here. So Knoxville, Chattanooga, you're probably going to get into a tornado watch here soon. We still have, and I'm going to go ahead and bring that radar full real quick for y'all. We still have this tornado warned supercell that's embedded within now this line of rain. I mean, this is pretty, pretty significant too. This is up on the northern suburbs of, like, the northern exurbs of Birmingham. This is moving up State Road 69, and it's going to be continuing north. So folks in like Cordova, Dora, West Jefferson, Summiton, up into Kimberly, Warrior, Smoke Rise, Nectar, Locust Fork, Colony, all those areas. You want to keep an eye out on this storm as it continues moving your way. Again, it's embedded in some pretty decent rain. As you can see here, there's a rain shield that's kind of ongoing outside of this storm. And this little thing here, I mean, it wants to keep going. So it's going to keep moving roughly in that direction um, for a while. In the meantime, we still have a confirmed tornado warning with this cell that's been chugging along down here near Meridian, Mississippi, and that's embedded here in the line of storms. I mean, you can't even see it. It's right here for those of you on if you were just going based off of reflectivity, you'd have no idea it was there, but it's there, and it's on the ground. So here's the storm relative, the actual velocity, and then there's your debris ball as it moves off to the north and east towards Enterprise. So folks in Enterprise and Meridian, take that one seriously as well. I know on reflectivity it doesn't look like much, but that is what an embedded supercell looks like. It looks like nothing, so to speak. But as these storms continue to move off, as this line, as it were, I'm going to go ahead and pull down the warnings and put up my multi-radar here. Bring that full. So again, we have this large convective complex, and this whole line now is just going to march off to the east. So tomorrow, your biggest threat is going to be in areas basically from Richmond, the Carolinas, down into, northern part of Florida, from Gainesville to Jacksonville. And that's what we're going to be looking at for tomorrow. So again, tomorrow, Mark Sudduth will be out in the field in the eastern part of the Carolinas from the I-95 corridor over to the coastline, and we're going to be seeing what's going on tomorrow. We're going to have him out there to go after some of these storms since he's in the area, and continue going from there. So I want to thank everybody who has tuned in today. It's been great. I've had a lot of fun doing this, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap up for this evening. So if any of you guys have any questions, concerns, comments, again, throw them down in the chat. I'm going to go review that one more time. But let me see. So yeah, that's about it. I mean, guys, I want to thank you again so much for tuning in today for Hurricane Track's live coverage of this um, pretty impressive tornado outbreak that's been ongoing again. Um, across the southeast. And for those of you who are living in the southeast, we want you to stay safe tonight as these storms continue onward. But from all of us here at Hurricane Track, this has been CJ Morgan. I really appreciate you guys tuning in today, and I am going to be finishing up here shortly. So thank you guys again so much for tuning in, and I will see you guys tomorrow when we go live.